at page 20.
Yes, I can see that. Thanks.
And at page 20, you have signed the statement. Can you confirm that that is indeed your signature?
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct. That's my signature.
Commissioners, I was informed that all the commissioners, but for Commissioner Khumalo's files, were updated with the signed statement. Is that so?
It does not matter. You can simply replace the last page at any convenient time.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
In general, that you confirm that this is the statement you have prepared for purposes of giving your testimony before the Commission.
Yes, Commissioners, that's the statement.
Thank you, General. General, if you could start by describing the position you currently hold within the SAPS and your reporting lines.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner. I'm a female police officer in the South African Police Service with the rank of a Major General and currently serving as a component lead for serious and violent crime investigations attached to the Detective and Forensic Services Division. I report directly to the Divisional Commissioner, Lieutenant General Hilda Sintumule, who report directly to the Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Shadrach Sibia. I'm stationed at the SAPS head office at 231 Francis Bar Street, Pretoria.
Thank you, General. And can you then give just a brief summary of your service history?
Commissioners, I joined the South African Police Service as a student at Hammanskraal Police Training College from 1st of June 1991 until 31 December 1991. I will only highlight a few of my achievements to date. I joined the SAPS Krugersdorp Detective Service, attached at the Child Protection Unit as an investigator until September 1993. I moved through the ranks in the Detective Service as a General Crime Investigator, then as a Sergeant Inspector, Captain, Lieutenant Colonel, and a Colonel. On 1st of May 2012, I was appointed as a Section 8 at National Detective Service with a rank of a Brigadier, where I was responsible for inspections, interventions, docket investigations at provincial, station level, and the performance monitoring thereof. In August 2016, I was appointed Gauteng Provincial Deputy Commissioner for Crime Detection as a Major General. Until 31st December 2018, I was later transferred to my current role as a National Detective Service as a component lead of serious and violent crime. I'm holding a diploma in police administration, BTech policing. I'm also in possession of relevant detective courses and leadership courses.
Thank you, General. You've set out in some detail your roles and responsibilities. Can you give us a summary of that, your current roles and responsibilities and the units that you oversee?
Okay, Commissioners, my role and responsibility within this Division Detective and Forensic Services as the National Component Head for Serious and Violent Crime Investigations. I'm responsible for the effective and efficient investigation of serious and violent crimes. I'm responsible nationally for investigation, monitoring, and evaluation of the performance of the following units: murder and robbery, National Investigation Unit, stock theft and endangered species, taxi violence, and also the monitoring of the tracking teams in all provinces. According to the mandate of the Serious and Violent Crime Investigations, political killings fall within murder and robbery unit, which is within my component. In fact, there are dockets that were given to political tax team that were originally dockets within my components. There are also officers and members from my component who were deployed by the PKTT to join as investigators, but most of them returned to the national and provincial office.
Thank you, General. We'll then move into your involvement in handling the 121 dockets. You say that you first found out about the dockets coming to head office in early March 2025. Can you tell the Commission how you found out and what would be your involvement?
Okay, Commissioners, I think it was sometime in March. Myself and General Sintumuli, we were from General Sibia's office. It was an informal meeting. When we were about to go out in the entrance, it's an entrance, sort of is a security entrance. That's when General Sintumule asked me if we're diverted political, the PKTT is disbanded. Then I said, I'm not aware. Then he said, all those dockets, they are coming to you. Then I said, it's fine because political killing falls within my mandate. And then she said that they are still busy with the discussion thereof. I will be informed later.
And when were you officially then informed of the dockets coming to your office?
I was never informed officially. After we have this engagement, myself and General Sintumo, I received a call on the 27th of March. It was about 18:45 when I received a call, and General Sintumule alluded that he's from a meeting. Then she said, General, where are you? By that time, I was not in the office. Then she said, can you please accompany me to the Office of Crime Intelligence, where General Skumalo is a divisional commissioner, to collect the docket of the PKTT. Then I didn't answer the question because she already in March sensitized, some 2-3 weeks back, she sensitized me about this collection. Then I said, I'm not in the office, but I will arrange with Brigadier Khopolitat to accompany her to collect those dockets from General Kumalo's office.
And even in this engagement, did she inform you of what exactly your involvement with these dockets would be?
No, she never mentioned. She just wanted me to go and accompany her to collect the dockets. She never elaborated further.
Thank you, General. And then on the 28th, the following day, the dockets were then collected. Can you tell the Commission about this?
Yes, on the 20th, after arranging, let me go back a little bit, Commissioners. The manner in which she called me on the 27th, actually we were supposed to go on the 27th. Then I learned later that herself, Brigadier Khopolitat, Colonel Mguli, Colonel Ramoroka, and Lieutenant Colonel Masohopati is presently on retirement. Actually, they went on the 28th, not on the 27th. So immediately when I spoke with her, so that she can arrange with Brigadier Khopolitat, I called Brigadier Khopolitat. Then he said that General Sintumule already called him and they've made some arrangement. Then on the 28th, they went to CI and then they collected the dockets where Brigadier Khopolitat, they've made some audit when they were there and they were informed that this docket, they're en route to KZN. And then Brigadier Khopolitat and the other colonels, they came with the dockets and they put them in a strong room at our national office. The strong room is on the second floor where Brigadier Khopolitat is residing. Actually, Brigadier Khopolitat is a section 8 of the stock theft and endangered species, which fall under my direct command.
You say, General, that you had no problem with the dockets or you being associated with or the dockets coming to you because they fell under, let me loosely say, your mandate.
Yes, Commissioners, what I'm trying to say, when General sensitized me about the docket that
yes,
the PKTT is going to be disbanded without giving me some reasons, I didn't have a problem because I know political killings falls under my mandate, especially the section of murder and robbery. And my members, when the PKTT started 2018, they were deployed there at the PKTT. I know the works of the political tax team there, because I think during 2019, I also went to visit where Major General, the now Divisional Commissioner Kumalo, was in charge of the tax team.
Yes. I understand the point about the dockets falling under your mandate, but what I would like to get clarification on is why the dockets had to come to head office. Did you ever get to understand that?
No. From the onset, I didn't know why they were coming to you. I will elaborate when we go through the reasons why they were brought here. But from the commissioners, what I'm trying to say, from the onset, there were no proper explanation to me why the dockets were taken here.
All right.
Now I'm saying through my testimony, commissioners will understand much better
All right,
why they
you.
were brought here.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, General. And you say that even at this point, on the 26th, after the General Brigadier Khopoditata confirmed that the dockets were now in the strong room, there was still not a clear indication of what would be done with the dockets.
Yes, until such time myself, then I called, because Brigadier Khopoditata already informed me that whilst they were there at the crime intelligence offices, General Sintumule told them the dockets will go to back to KZN. Then I think the first week of April, it was on Friday, the 5th, if I'm not mistaken, I called General Sintumule just to find out, General, what now is going to happen with this docket, because nobody is saying anything to us. Then she said that actually this docket, they are supposed to go back to KZN, to the PKTT. Then I asked the question, why now, what is the reason of the docket being here? Then they must go back to KZN, back and forth, because I see it doesn't make sense. Then she said that she still have to make some arrangement to call General Mkwanas about us to take the docket back to KZN.
To your knowledge, when exactly had the dockets arrived at head office? I'm asking that because you are basically saying as early as March, there was already talk that the dockets should go back to KZN. When had they arrived at head office?
The docket arrived on the 28th of March.
And talk for them to go back was when?
Okay, Commissioner, the docket, when they collected the docket on the 28th, already they discussed it there, Brigadier Khopoditata, General Sintumule and the other officers, that actually this docket, they are only here for auditing, because they audited them whilst they're there, like the counting. They counted from 1 and then the number was 118. And then actually they were here for auditing, so the General Sintumule as a divisional commissioner, she's going to hand them back to KZN. So actually the docket came to our office on the 28th of March.
Meaning, even as they arrived, the idea was for them immediately to go back as soon as the auditing process had been finalized.
Yes, but General Sintumule was supposed to make arrangements first with General Mkwanas. That's when myself now, I called the General. I had Brigadier Khopoditata.
No, I just wanted to understand the purpose for them coming to head office.
Yes.
So they are coming up purely to be audited, meaning that as soon as that auditing process had been finalized, they would go back.
Yes.
So that's your understanding.
Yes, Commissioner.
Why could the auditing process not take place in KZN? Why did the dockets have to come up to head office for that simple process?
Commissioners, really, I don't know. Maybe General Sintumule, when she comes to testify, if she will come to testify, maybe she will explain the whole process. But that's what I heard from Brigadier Khopoditata, because I was never part of the previous meetings which led to the disbandment. So maybe she can explain that, why they were brought here, audited, and again back to KZN.
Thank you. I have never understood that it was General Sintumule's instruction that the dockets should come to head office. Was it not a higher up instruction that they should come to head office?
I think, Commissioner, when I go through the testimony, that's when I said Commissioner will understand how did those documents come to
You see,
my office.
I'm raising these questions because they relate to this fundamental question of why they had to come up in the first place.
Yes.
Now, you have said General Sentumule is the one who would have to explain
Yes.
why the dockets had to come to head office for the simple auditing process. So that's why I'm now referring to perhaps the person who would have to explain is the person from whom the instruction came originally. So it's in that context that I raise this. But if, as you say, you are going to say more on this later in your testimony, I will leave it at that.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner.
I will leave it there at this stage.
Thank you, Chair. General, and you say that the auditing process was done within the day. Is that your testimony?
Yes, they've done the auditing at the Office of Crime Intelligence. Before they brought the docket here, the auditing was done there at Crime Intelligence. And they even, there was a handing over certificate and some minutes which were written down, where Jana Sentumule and Jana Kumale signed both. And then in attendance were Brigadier Kopoditata, together with other members from Crime Intelligence. I don't know, is it PKTT, but I know Brigadier Kopoditata Mgluli. His name is also appear in the attendance register where General Kumalo and General Sentumule have signed over the handing over of dockets.
Thank you, General. Commissioners, for ease of reference, there is a statement in tab 3 of the files. The statement is by Colonel Mzuli. Colonel Mzuli was present for the auditing, and so he is not going to be called, but he has provided a statement. And in that statement, at annexure IM1, is the attendance register of the persons who were there for the auditing process. And at IM2 is the audit process itself. And you will see at page 6 of that document are all of the signatories that were there for the audit. We wish to hand up or mark the statement as an exhibit. We are at exhibit 33. General,
Ms. Bowe, we are saying there's rarely ever reference to the exhibits running on the side. We think it's best to just clearly identify the document according to how it's marked in these bundles, and forget about the exhibit numbers on the side. I've forgotten when last we referred to those. It's been I think it was when Ms. Hasim was leading, I forget which witness, but that was quite a while back. We won't get lost, I don't think, as long as we just clearly identify what document it is for purposes of the record and for purposes of us going back to it when we want to. Would that be fine?
yes, that's fine, Chair. We have a running list, and so we will mark it.
I'm sorry.
Exhibit 33, witness statement and annexures of Israel Mzuli. Would that suffice?
Okay. All right. I just wanted to avoid the reference
Oh,
to
we
the...
can
But
subtract.
no, let's keep it. Let's keep it. Fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. General, the audit process has been done, and you've now had a conversation with General Sentimole, who had informed you that they need to make arrangements for the dockets to be transported to KZN. Did she indicate when this would happen?
Yes, Commissioner, she did indicate, she even said that actually, General, let's plan maybe to hand over those dockets the following week. So the following week will be the week of the 9th or 10th. That's when she said that she's planning, but she will come back to us to give us the proper date when we can plan to go to KZN.
Thank you, General. And you then go on leave. By the time you go on leave on the 11th of April, still no arrangements to take the dockets back to KZN had been made?
Yes, there was no arrangement, but when I came back from leave during the first week of May, that's when I inquired from Brigadier Koporitata where actually what transpired whilst I was on leave. Then they explained to me that there was an arrangement which were made, and then itinerary were completed. I think it was done on the 24th of April, and they were planning to take the dockets to KZN in my absence here. Commissioners, if maybe you allow me just to go a little bit before one of the preparation to go to KZN. Brigadier Koporitata informed to me when they were doing the audit, conducting audit, actually there were a plan put in place about the phases which is going to take place about this docket. And then the first phase of docket to be handed over, those are the one which they were doing the audit. Actually, there were 3 phases which is going to take place because of now the PKTT is going to be disbanded. So the first phase where this docket we were auditing, the 108, there were dockets which were still under investigation. And the second set of dockets would be what we refer to as decision dockets. Normally, there are some cases where we don't just arrest, you complete the investigation. After that, you send docket for decision for the prosecutor or senior prosecutor to give further guidance. That was the docket which will be the second phase. Those dockets, they are not yet handed over, it was just phases. The third phase will be docket from court, whether finalized or docket which are still on trial. That will be the third phase. But the phase which we are dealing now is 118 dockets which were still under investigation.
General, can I just, before you move to the return of the dockets, what is the purpose of an audit? When you audit the dockets, why are you doing that? What are you looking for? And what are you hoping to get out of the process?
Okay, thanks, Commissioners. When we do conduct docket auditing, usually we want to check whether the docket, for example, in the printout or checklist, the docket will be 118 with a specific case number, station, and the charge. So when you audit docket, you just want to check whether the very same charge appears on the list, which is on the printout, which you get from the case administration system. You check whether the complainant is the same, and then we have to do it through the right way of doing docket audit. You must audit with the system in front of you to check whether the charges relate with the charges which are captured in the system. That's the docket audit. But some other way of doing, the way they've done it, actually is an informal. They were just checking docket from 1 to 118, that they are still the same, the one which are in the checklist or on the printout. But the right way of auditing, you must even audit the charges, the right case numbers, formulation of charges. That's how you do the docket audit. And docket audit, sometimes you couple it with docket inspections. If you do audit, you also do the docket inspection. But auditing It's just to get the gist of the docket, whether this correspond with the system where they are captured.
And then once you have done all of that, what do you do with the results? So you've completed the audit, you have confirmed that what is captured in the docket is consistent with what is in the document inside. You have your results, then what do you do with those results?
With those results, the person who gave instruction to conduct the audit, you must give a certificate to the person, present to her or to him that the audit have been conducted. Actually, we want to, because sometimes you find that the printout will say 118 dockets, only to find that if the investigator or whoever is presenting is 110, maybe 110, 8 is missing, then they have to account where are these 8 dockets. Some of them, they will find that they are in court. Some of them, maybe they are also sent for decision. Or some of them, maybe they are lost somewhere. Then they have to find out for where are those dockets. But we make sure that dockets are all accounted. If your dockets are 118, they must be like that. And sometimes inside those dockets, you will find that there are other dockets. The main docket, there's another docket inside. But it's independent because that docket will have its own case number. So you have to audit everything. Whether the docket comprises of 3 dockets inside, we have to audit all of them and give the picture. Because maybe the printout which you are having will say 118. But inside, when you check, actually it's no longer 118, it's 120. And then you find that the very same docket maybe is from another station, but it was not transferred to the station where the docket are investigated. It can be some of the reasons why you find that the audit doesn't balance.
So the audit has nothing to do with the performance review of the individual detectives who are working on the dockets. You're not reviewing performance of the individuals.
That is why Commissioner said that you can do it simultaneously. You can do docket audit and also do the performance. That's why now you do a proper inspection. You audit it, you are satisfied, I've got 118. Now you say, let me look into the performance of this docket. You have to go one by one of those dockets, then you will do your notes. After then you will write the performance, sort of review of what transpired in those dockets.
Thank you.
General, if these dockets were meant to be returned to KZN, and you're telling us as early as the 28th of March or the end of March, there seemed to have been already a consideration and decision that they would go back to KZN, what would have been the point of National conducting an audit on dockets that are going to be returning where they come from? What would be the purpose?
Commissioners, and that is why I said earlier, maybe the General Sintumule will explain, but maybe the main purpose from my experience is maybe when the docket, the PKTT brought 118, which was signed for. Then General Sintumule has a responsibility now must to confirm 118 from PKTT and whatever she is conducting now the audit. But the main reason of why dockets were sent to our national office, I will elaborate when I go further.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. General, you then explained that after Brigadier Kopoditata told you about the plan, which was to move them during that week of the 23rd of April, by the time you return on the 30th of April, the dockets were still not moved.
Yes, Commissioners, the docket was still not moved, and I just want to articulate further that my role in the handing over of the dockets, I was not involved during the handing over of the docket from crime intelligence to our office. But when I come back from National, it's a concern for me because this docket now they are still put in the safe. Then that's when now again I'm asking General Sintomo, General, this docket have been long now. It's almost a month. actually what is going to happen with this docket. Then General Sintumole said that, hey General, you know what, let me phone General Mkwanasi. Then she phoned General Mkwanasi. It's now May month. After some time, maybe 2 to 4 days, I called her just to find out what the General Mkwanasi is saying. It's me who's persisting about this docket because it's a concern for me. Then she called General Mkwanasi. Then General Mkwanasi said that she told me back now when I called her again just to find out what did General Mkwanasi said. Then she said that General Mkwanasi said that he's got nothing to do with those dockets. I even said, just like that, as a provincial commissioner, actually those dockets belongs to him. He's the main custodian of the docket as a provincial commissioner. Then she said, hey, I don't know, what am I going to do? Then I said, we must do something. Then she said, let me call the national commissioner. She called the national commissioner. After some days again, I called her just to find out what did the national commissioner response. Then she said that the national commissioner said that General Sibia must ensure, or General Sibia, it is his environment, he can use his own discretion about those dockets. Then on the 20th...
Before you move to the 20th, the time between when you first called General Sentimule to find out about movements of the dockets to KZN, and eventually when you follow up with her again, that was 2 weeks. So again, in those 2 weeks, nothing was happening with the dockets.
Nothing was happening with those dockets, commissioners.
And when she informed you of General Mkwanasi's refusal, did you ask or probe about why he refused the dockets?
Yes, I did probe commissioners, but I couldn't get the exact answer. That's when I asked, now what are we going to do with this docket? Then she said she will call the national commissioner. Then after some few days again, I called her. She said that the national commissioner said General Sibia must use his own discretion with those dockets.
And so by the 19th of May, all that had happened with the dockets would have been that one-day audit that was done on the 28th of March.
Pardon me, sorry, Commissioner.
That by the 19th of May, the only thing that was done to the dockets would have been that audit process.
Yes, the only thing which was done was the audit process. Nothing was done. The docket was still in the strong room.
Okay. And then you say that on the 19th of May, you are then called to a meeting with Generals Sibia and Sentimule. Can you tell the Commission about this meeting?
Commissioners, on the 19th of May, I was called by General Sentimule. Then we went to General Sibia's office because myself, General Sentimule and Sibia, we are not sitting in the same office. General Sentimule is sitting here in Acadia. Myself and General Sibia, we are at the main head office building. Me, I'm on the side of, on the sixth floor. General Sibia is on the other side of the 7th floor. When I arrived there, I found General Sibia and General Sentimule. Then General Sibia said that maybe I've already heard that General Mkwanasi refuses the docket, and the National Commissioner now says he must use his own discretion in those dockets. Then General Sibia said that because of the political killing falls under your mandate, under your component, now the ball is in your court. You must see to it what you do with those dockets, assemble officers so that you can proceed investigating those dockets. Then immediately there I said, it's fine, General, no problem, we'll proceed. Then I phoned Brigadier Khoporitata just to assemble officers. And then I even mentioned, can you get Colonel Mdluli and Colonel Mashile, and then they must identify some other officers. Actually, I said if they can be maybe plus minus 10, 8 to 10 officers. Then immediately I left General Sintumole and General CB. I went to Brigadier Tata's boardroom on the second floor. Me, I'm sitting on the 6th floor. Then when I arrived there, I just gave them the background because other officers were not part of collecting docket from crime intelligence. So I have to give them the background of how did this docket come here, the collection part of it. They've been in the safe. I've been called. Now I think we must do something. It's been long for this docket to be here.
General, you have told us that the dockets came up to head office for a very simple process, which was to audit them. Let's leave aside the fact that it does not make sense why they would have had to come to head office for that simple exercise. Now, all of a sudden, they are to be investigated. Do you know what informed the change that is now they must be investigated? What informed that?
Commissioners, when I was called to General CBS office together with General Sintumul, the explanation was because of General Mkwana's said it's got nothing to do with those dockets. And now the National Commissioner is alluding that General CBM has his own discretion. So the very same discretion is now that I must now proceed to ensure that now we proceed with the investigation. I think maybe what informed the change of no longer auditing to investigation is because of General Mokwana's refused the docket, which according to my understanding, when they go back to PKTT, they will be investigated. And now the National Commissioner says, use our own discretion. It means now at national, because my component is the one which have an investigating capacity and capabilities. It's me now who must proceed to ensure that investigations unfold from those dockets.
I'm just trying to place myself in General Mkwana's seat. The dockets are taken for a purpose that does not make sense, purportedly to conduct this simple process, which is to audit them. And it just doesn't make sense that they should have come to Gauteng for that purpose. In that sense, perhaps one can, and I'm going to invite your comment on this, one can understand why General Mkwanazi would have reacted the way that he did. If you wanted the dockets purely to audit them, why take them to Gauteng?
It's true, Commissioner. I also put myself in the shoes of General Mkwanazi. You can't just take docket and you say it's simply audit, then later proceed with investigations.
Because you could have audited them in KZN. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about those who wanted purportedly. Yes. I'm not even saying that I'm accepting that the real purpose for taking them was to audit them. Could have been done in KZN. Simple exercises, you've explained it.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, Ms. Paul.
Thank you, Chair. General, in paragraph 19, you say that in the meeting you were asked to assemble a team. What did you understand that to mean? Was it to assemble a team within the national office in the same vein as the task team, or what does that mean?
No, it was not on the same vein as the tax team commissioners, because immediately when General Sibia said that assemble a team, then I said, General, let us not be seen as if now we are doing a team because of, according to yourself and General Sintumul, the PKTT is disbanded. Now we are forming another team. I will get the officers from the section. Yes, it can be, we can say a team, but it's not a team. It's not a tax team. Actually, it's not a tax team per se. It's just members from different sections, because I was taking members from stock theft, National Investigation Unit, together with the Madlanga robbery, just to go, and because they're detective, we are all trained, we can also conduct investigation, irrespective of a task team.
General, what did you mean by that, and why did you think it was necessary to say you should not be seen to be creating a team to replace the PKTT?
Commissioners, why I emphasize of let it not be seen as a team, because the PKTT is a team, which was a tax team, is disbanded. But now we come up with another team. But in a layman's world way, we can say it's a team. Just to take 2, 3, 4, they become 10 officers. Me, I was preferring to be an investigating team, just to proceed with the investigation. That's how I made it to be understood in that way. Let us not be seen as making another team, because the PKTT is disbanded. I will take members from the different sections, then it will be a team which will be, but not a team with all those responsibilities of how the PKTT were conducting their investigation in KZN. It's not a tax team. I didn't want us to name it a tax team. It's not a team. It's investigating team who's going to conduct investigations, not a tax team.
Thank you.
General, is it fair to say that you had accepted, you were told that the task team, the PKTT, had been disbanded? That was your understanding, right?
Yes, that was my understanding.
Is it fair to say that there was no documented plan, a written plan, that was going to deal with the after? What happens after the PKTT is disbanded? Who's going to investigate these KZN political killings? What is going to happen to the dockets? Who's going to be the custodian? Who's going to account to the families in KZN who lost their loved ones? Who's going to account to the courts and the prosecutors in KZN about the cases they were involved with and the dockets they were involved with? Because I struggle to understand the idea that a detective who deals with stock theft in Johannesburg can be given a docket that deals with a political murder that took place in 2016 in KZN, and that person sitting in Johannesburg can then investigate that murder and get to the conclusion of the investigation, whatever that is. I just struggle with that, and I'm hoping, and I know it's not your fault, this was dropped in your lap, but I'm struggling to understand how that was going to work. Can you just enlighten us, please?
Okay, thanks, Commissioners. Commissioners, after the meeting with, maybe I must proceed with now to what the Commissioner is asking now. After that engagement with General Sintumule NCB, then I went to Brigadier Khoboditat. I've already informed him to get those officers. Then I went to them. I explained what transpired actually, the background, how did this docket came to head office. Then I instructed Brigadier Khoboditat to take all those dockets from the strong room. I saw them, they were there in the crate. Then I said, colleagues, because now the ball is in our hand, as detective, let's start first with the inspection. Let's take this docket so that we can familiarize ourselves. To answer that question, Commissioner, which you said that stock search from Johannesburg to go to KZN. Before you embark, you familiarize yourself with the dockets. But within that composition of the officers, mostly were from National Investigation Unit and the Madlanga robbery. The stock theft were only for the collection, because I know their strength, I know their expertise. So stock theft in head office, they don't investigate. But murder and robbery and National Investigation Unit and taxi violence, we do have dockets, we do investigate. And we also investigate dockets from KZN. It doesn't need that you must be in KZN, then you can investigate. We investigate all over the country. We get docket from national, I go to Western Cape, all the provinces. We are a detective, you have to swim through. So those docket, when we went through the inspections, we already saw the hanging fruits, the low hanging fruits, where we can start with the inspection. So we have conducted the inspections, then we saw where we can start.
And it's my fault that I said too many things. What I started with was, is it fair to say that there was no documented plan about what was going to happen with the dockets?
At our disposal, there was no a plan. I was never given a plan. The ball was in my hand. I have to devise a plan, and I devised a plan.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner.
Thanks, Commissioner Kukumalo. General, in paragraph 20, before we go into the inspection, at paragraph 20, you talk about the reasons that General Sibia gave you for the disbandment. Can you talk to the commissioners about that interaction with General Sibia?
Okay, commissioners, I just want to mention that after I've engaged with Brigadier Kopeditat, then I think after a day, I went to General, because now the docket is with me, they are no longer going to KZN. I just want to find the jigs of why this docket were taken to us. I have to ensure that now investigation unfolds. If commissioner maybe allow me so that I can read this paragraph verbatim, okay? Paragraph 20, or let me start with paragraph 19. Okay, no, commissioners, let me go straight to paragraph 20. I instructed my team to conduct an analysis of the dockets and to prepare a detailed report on their findings. This exercise commenced on the 19th May 2025 until 30th May 2025. I recall that when I was told that my team would be conducting the investigations, I asked General Sibia for the real reasons for the disbandment of the PKTT. He told me that according to the approved organizational structure, the PKT must cease to operate and fall under murder and robbery, which is a section under the Serious and Violent Crime Investigations, and of which I'm the component head. I'm aware of the study and the organizational structure. All that was required was for the murder and robbery unit to be properly capacitated, but the structure was already in place. General Sibia also said that there had to be a fair representation of the murder and robbery sections within the 9 provinces, not just in KZN, and that the budget allocation for the PKTT was a problem because it was disproportionately higher for the PKTT in KZN than any other unit dealing with the same type of crimes.
General, when General Sibia tells you about the organizational structure that is there, and that the PKTT must now cease to operate and fall under murder and robbery, you conclude in that paragraph by saying all that was required for the murder and robbery units to be properly capacitated, but the structure was already in place.
Yes.
Does that mean, in that last part, does that mean that as at the time that you get given the instruction to now proceed with investigating these dockets, the murder and robbery units in the new structure were not properly capacitated at that point?
Commissioners, the structure is there.
Yes.
But when you go to other provinces, you will find, especially Smolanyana provinces, you will find that the structure is not fully implemented because of capacity reasons. Let me take an example of Limpopo. In Limpopo, the structure is the same, but you'll find that the National Investigation Unit, which in the provinces we call them Provincial Investigation Unit, They are no longer functional like in the past when this structure was introduced. So the members who were working under the Provincial Investigation Unit are now falling under the murder and robbery. So actually the plan is the structure must be fully implemented. Like when you go to Limpopo, you'll find the structure as it is, like Provincial Investigation Unit, murder and robbery, taxi violence, stock theft, and also the tracking team under the serious and violent crime.
So is the short answer that as at the time of this reason given to you by General Sibia, the murder and robbery units were not fully implemented
No,
yet?
the murder and robbery are fully. That is why from the onset, commissioners, if you can recall when General Sintumolo was saying the political killing are coming to you, then I said that it doesn't make there's no problem in that one because political killing falls under the mandate of serious and violent crime, murder and robbery.
Yes.
So the structure is there.
Yes, what I'm trying to understand is when you say it wasn't properly capacitated, those units were not properly capacitated, why is that relevant to the decision that you are now being asked to implement?
Maybe Commissioner don't understand your
Yes.
question.
So you say, General Sibia said to you that he told you that the approved organizational structure, under that structure, the PKTT must cease to operate
Yes.
and fall under the murder and robbery
Yes.
units, right? Which
Yes,
were
Commissioner.
already there,
Yes.
right? But you further on in the last paragraph, in the last sentence, you say all that was required for the murder and robbery units to be properly capacitated. So let's stop there. Let's stop there without reading the rest of the sentence. What I would like to do to understand is what does it mean when you say all that was required now, all that was left was for those units to be properly capacitated, and how, the second part of my question is how it would affect this decision that you are now being asked to implement, if at all.
Actually, Commissioner, the way I understood General Sibia, the reason of disbanding the PKTT, actually the PKTT must be capacitated into the murder and robbery of KZN, where the structure is already in place, even though in some provinces it's not fully capacitated because of issues of resources, human resources. But in KZN, there's a murder and robbery under serious and violent crime at the province. So now when you disband this PKTT, some of the members of PKTT actually, they are not all from KZN, they are from other provinces. So when they go back to, if it is disbanded, members go back to their station or unit of origin, because some of them, they are not actually from the specialized unit murder and robbery. They were taken from the stations.
Yes.
And then now they are at the PKTT. So when this PKTT is going to be disbanded, some of the members will go back to murder and robbery of, if they are members from KZN, they will go to the murder and robbery of KZN, and the others will go to their respective.
So was it your understanding that the members of the PKTT, the now disbanded PKTT, when they go back to their stations, all of them were now going to slot into murder and robbery unit? Was that the plan?
Yes, it was the plan that when they go back to their station of origin, it depends from state. Already they've been exposed to the investigating these murder cases for the past 5-6 years. So when they go back to the station of origin, we can't lose that capacity. Actually, they must be slotted into the murder and robberies.
Is that what you were told would happen, or that's what you thought and expected should happen? Was there a written plan about it? People who are now going back to Limpopo, they were never part of the murder and robbery unit, that they would simply, from the PKTT, when they get back to their home station, there was a plan already that they would become part of the murder and robbery unit?
Sorry, Commissioner. For me, the way we were engaging with General Sibia, I didn't see the plan. The plan was discussed through the executive management, where General Sintumule, CB, and the others were in that meeting. The plan which I'm just alluding now is through the engagement when I'm asking why the PKTT must be disbanded. That is why I say I'm aware of this study, because I'm also the signatory to that study of this establishment of the murder and robberies and other sections. And the reasons for that study to be conducted for this organizational structure is because of we used to have a lot of tax teams which were consuming a lot of money. So when the study was conducted was how it will be best if maybe the old murder and robberies, the old SANAPs, narcotics, they can come back and then can be capacitated. Because of if you deal with only tax team to address a certain threat, sometimes you lose it, because most of the members of the tax teams, they are not developing. They don't go to courses, the promotions, because they are forever in the tax team. So if now they are in this specialized unit, we can plan for them so that they can also develop, they can also be trained. So it's one of the reasons why this study was conducted, so that it can be fair. When we say murder and robbery in KZN, there will be members within that section. And commissioners, it doesn't stop you as a commander or as a component head. If maybe you are faced with this emerging threat, to come up with a tax team, but it's not a unit. You just take members from the very same murder and robbery. They address a problem. Then after stabilization, then we see this, now the threat is no longer in that level. Then we proceed with the investigation.
Maybe finally, so there should be, I mean, it sounds like a big decision that people, members who are part of the PKTT, now that it is disbanded, they are going back to their home stations. And when they get whatever's going to happen at their home stations, it sounds like a big decision. They don't just decide, this is where I want to belong. Management makes that decision.
Yes.
So is it fair or reasonable that we should expect there would be a record of that decision and that plan, that when they return, now that the PKTT is disbanded, when these members return to their home stations, identified in a plan, this is what's going to happen to them? We should expect such a plan.
Yes, commissioners, there should be that plan.
Okay.
There should be that plan. So far, I can't allude to that plan.
Yes.
But there should be. We can't just disband people without a plan, go back to your station without maybe provisions for those members when they go back to the state. There should be a plan.
Thank you, General.
Thanks, Commissioner.
General, when General Sabia alludes to some of these aspects of a plan, including the return to stations of origin, did you ask him for the plan?
No, I didn't ask for the plan. I was just asking what was the reasons of disbanding of the PKTT.
Okay. And have you had regard to the minister's letter disbanding the PKTT?
No, I didn't see the minister's letter. I was just informed by General Sibia during our engagement that there was a letter from the minister, but I was never given a copy of the minister's letter. He did mention that there was a directive from the minister for the disbandment of this team.
And have you since seen the letter?
No, I didn't see. I've never seen the letter in general CBA engagement, but later when we were engaging, I did see that letter, that directive actually.
And in that letter, the minister does set out the reasons for disbandment, which is the team is no longer required, nor is it adding value to policing in South Africa. That sounds different to what General Sibia described to you as the reasons.
Commissioners, I think that one of the minister can answer. I don't know what was behind his mind or what was he thinking when he said that PKTT no longer serve value to to sub-service because of, even though they are disbanded, they are still police officials. They will serve purpose somewhere. They will definitely. I don't know what was the reason behind that. They will never serve any purpose, or they no longer serve any purpose. They will still serve because they are still carrying court dockets, those members. So they do serve. They do serve something in the communities and also in the police service.
Thank you, General. Do you agree with the proposition that the minister's reasons as articulated in the letter and those provided to you by General Sibiya were different?
I can't hear, pardon me, please.
Do you agree with the proposition that the reasons articulated by the minister in his letter and the reasons that were given to you by General Sibiya are different?
Yes, they are different because now General Sibiya was expanding. Only in the letter of the minister is very minimal. I don't know, maybe when he was with them engaging, maybe he also gave these reasons which General Sibiya now is articulating to me.
Thank you, General. And then on paragraph 22, you express your opinion on how the disbandment took place. Can you explain to the commissioners what your take is on the disbandment process?
Okay, thanks, commissioners. Can I be allowed also to read the paragraph? Commissioners, I also wish to mention that although I was not involved in the disbandment process, I agree with the view that the PKTT should not have been disbanded without proper consultation. I do not know if the minister has the authority to disband the PKTT. However, even if the minister had the authority to disband the PKTT, he had to first consult with all the relevant stakeholders, which would have included me as the component head responsible for serious and violent crimes. I also do not agree that the PKTT should have been disbanded before the upcoming elections. It is a well-known fact that KZN has the highest incidence of political killings, and there's usually a spike in politically motivated killings before elections. It would not make sense to disband the PKTT immediately unless the stakeholders had advised the minister that immediate disbandment would be appropriate. Having said that, I do not necessarily agree that the PKTT was more successful than any other team investigating the same types of crimes.
Why do you not agree?
Commissioner?
Why do you not agree, General?
I do not agree with the PKTT.
Your last sentence,
The last sentence.
Yes.
I do not agree, Commissioner, because of in these 9 provinces, we also investigate political killing murder cases, and we also investigate cases of murder, serial murder, serious murders. So now, if you say PKTT is the best team than any other teams, I think we are demoralizing our members who are working so hard as we sit here chasing suspect. We see in the media, we see all over how is our teams or detective are working more or less the same types of crimes.
I'm not sure that I follow your reasoning, General. The point is about success or lack of it. What you have said, or the reason you give, is about working hard, and it does not address the question of success or lack of it. So can you have another go, please, and explain,
Okay, thanks.
Explain your disagreement?
Okay, Commissioner, what I'm trying to say here is we do have successes in other provinces in the very same team, irrespective whether it's a tax team, where they do have less resources than the PKTT, but they are succeeding. There's a lot of convictions. Same as PKTT, they differ in dynamics, but what I'm trying to just to illustrate here is the PKTT is not the only team within the detective environment which have more successes. Other teams in 8 provinces without tax team, with the Mayagra resources, they also have great successes, Commission. I just wanted to bring to this attention that it's not only the PKTT which have higher successes, they also contribute to the performance like any other province which are also contributing, Commissioner.
Let's take one example. Those who say that the PKTT was significantly successful make the point, for example, that the PKTT had within it ballistic experts, for example, and therefore within the PKTT you would not find the delays that you ordinarily find with the ordinary investigation of crime. What's your comment on that? Is it not a fact that with detectives in other areas within SAPS would have to wait for very long periods, for example, for outcomes on ballistic testing? Is that not a fact?
Commissioners, in other teams, we utilize our forensic labs, and there's a turnaround under the ballistic biology. Same with the PKTT. If they take the exhibit 2 ballistic, the very same ballistic experts use the same forensic lab. They don't have a special lab. They go to the very same lab. So there's a turnaround of 21 days, 30 days. So for them, when they say they've got the ballistic assigned in their team, it's just to expedite cases which maybe are court-driven. We also do the same in other teams. If the docket is a court docket, the prosecutor from court will write a letter of expediting. So more or less, Commissioner, if maybe commissioners were in our shoes of investigating, maybe we'll understand. So this is the arrangement which they have done with the labs, but it doesn't mean the other teams, they don't derive joy with some expert from the labs. And Commissioner, we can't afford to have a ballistic expert in every team. So this one, it was a dedicated team to address the political killings nature in KZN. That is why they've got this ballistic expert in their team. And when you do investigation, you don't only rely on ballistic experts. There's a lot of experts which are involved. For example, when we deal with... I
said, General, let's take just that one example.
Okay.
So as not to avoid being all over the place, yeah.
But just to, maybe I can conclude, Commissioner, other teams will also enjoy the same example, ballistic experts in all the forensic lab which we have.
But as I understood the evidence with the PKTT, they would expedite this testing in all their matters. That's how I understood the evidence. But as I understand you now with regard to other areas of investigation with other SAPs, it's in the odd case that requests for expediting will be made. Do I understand you correctly?
Yes, yes, Commissioner. When I go through commissioners, you will also see that during the inspection, some of the dockets, they were never expedited for ballistic reports. They're still waiting now. It's 2-3 years. So they were expediting cases which are court-driven. Same with the other teams. If we arrest a suspect, we request to the exhibit be expedited through the prosecutor request. They also expedite those exhibits. So for them, this docket 118, some of them, the DNA is still outstanding, ballistic report is still outstanding because of the agreement or the manner in which we work with the courts, because we know our forensics are overwhelmed with a minimum capacity of experts. That's when now we request for the expedition, because of that's how also the PKTT conduct the investigation. We are a suspect, then we request forensic to expedite all CVs which are related to the crime. If there's nothing, that is why they are still stagnant. There's no ballistic reports still outstanding.
And to very briefly to move to another example, we are told that with the PKTT, investigations were prosecutor directed, as opposed to the police virtually from start to end, investigating in a manner that may not necessarily cover all the elements of the offense, or indeed even the necessary evidence, in a manner that a prosecutor would require. What's your comment on that?
Commissioner, in my entire 32 years in the detective, you can just investigate, especially serious cases like the murders of this nature, without engaging. We do a PGI, prosecutorial guided investigation. In most serious cases, it's not only PKT, we do with the NPA. Presently, as we speak, we do have a program to enhance that, so that at the end of the day, the outcome, you can see the convictions. But the PGI, we do mostly, all the detective, we go first, pre-trial, there's a PGI where we engage with the prosecutors. You don't just take a docket to court, then you come back. You sit down first with the prosecutor, and then we discuss these cases, and then the guidance will be given. Most of the time we do.
Lastly, for now, you say that before the decision to disband, the minister ought to have consulted all relevant stakeholders, and amongst those you mention yourself, because you are the component head responsible for serious and violent crimes. Was it the norm for ministers to consult with you on matters involving your area of function?
Commissioner, here I was just illustrating that in this meeting, I understand it's a executive meeting. In the SAPSMOS, we've got the reporting protocols. I'm the component head. I've got the divisional commissioner, deputy national commissioner, and so forth, national commissioner. I didn't expect the minister just to call me. I expected maybe from General Sibia and General Sintumori to make me part of the decision which was taken to disband this PKTT, not literally with the minister, but myself also to be part of the discussion behind the disbandment. Maybe during that period, I should have come maybe with some better input, not just to disband immediately, to look into other areas of investigations or impact if the PKTT is going just to be disbanded immediately. That's how me now, I see it later when I'm discussing with General Sibia.
Thank you, General.
General, we now know that the instruction or the directive of the minister was that the PKTT must disband immediately, and it seems General Sibia must have understood it to be, it must be given effect to immediately. That's why the requests about the dockets, as we've now heard from other evidence. If you had been consulted, I'm not saying necessarily by the minister, your superiors, if they had in advance of the decision, before the minister made the decision, they had said to you, there's a plan to disband the PKTT by a certain date, what are the factors or the things that you as component head would have taken into account, or would have suggested and proposed and advised, in fact, would have advised, need to be taken into account before the date is fixed for the disbandment of that decision?
Actually, commissioners, the factors or facts which I will depose during that discussion, I think I will input that maybe we can just disband PKTT immediately the way it is stated. We have to look into other considerations like the one which I've already mentioned, like the issue of the elections, because the municipal elections are next year. And as we know, the environment of KZN political landscape, maybe we were supposed to say, let's look into the issue of the political environment in KZN. Maybe let's just take it maybe step by step, not just to disband immediately as alluded here, but I can't say what does immediately mean. Maybe the author can explain what does he mean when he say immediately, of which is true, commissioners. These tax teams really, we spent a lot of money on these tax teams. Maybe we were supposed today to take a gradual phasing out, not just bring docket, then phase 2 it will be this one, and phase 3, just gradually. And then we put it into a test. Maybe, for example, when we say gradually, then we take a test for 3 months or 4 months. Then we see if maybe gradually we have taken this out, and then we just test what is happening in KZN if this gradual movement will take place, unlike just abruptly. But I don't know, this immediately was just meaning immediately now, or what does immediately mean? But according to me, I would maybe just to suggest the gradual phasing out, because it's true, we've got a structure. If we don't do that, when are we going to capacitate the structure which is in place whilst we are still having this, the tax teams?
And what would you have said about the dockets? What would should happen with the dockets that at that point are sitting with the PKTT as this decision is being considered? And when I say docket, I also take into account that the PKTT is a multidisciplinary team. That's what we have been told. What would you have considered there and said should be considered?
The dockets were supposed to go to the murder and robbery of KZN.
So they wouldn't come to national?
No, not national.
Okay.
We national, we give support.
Yes.
We give supporting investigation, but mostly at national. The very same docket, if it was properly discussed with all the stakeholders, it doesn't make, there's no problem if some of my members from national will work this case at 10 dockets with the members of the Madlanga Commission. The national commissioner together with General CB was supposed to give just directive, as most of the dockets, they come through their offices for us to give them attention or to take them from the provinces. But through the engagement with the province, we don't just take dockets from the provinces. We engage them because most of these dockets, they come as complaint at our office. So I don't see any problem, commissioners, if this docket really were taken to Madlanga robbery within that KZN.
And what about the staff, the members who at that time are members of the PKTT, and you've already said they come from different stations and provinces? What would you have said should be taken into account and how it should be handled? If you had the opportunity before the decision was made. Okay,
Commissioner, I would say those members, because they come from different provinces, but now they are carrying dockets of KZN, they will be within that Madlanga robbery investigating those dockets there. Some of them, they will say because they belong in KZN, we will maybe encourage them maybe to put some transfers to be permanently maybe posted there in KZN. Some of them, they do that. They work all over the province for some few, for a period. Then some of them, they are already interested there. Then they do make some transfers that they can be permanently advised. There's the advice which I will also maybe input. How about those members? Those who are interested to be within the Madlanga robbery in KZN, they can stay there, and then we'll entertain their transfers as they come.
So you would suggest that last part so that they continue working on the dockets?
Yes, not just to take dockets, because they are the one who know those. You know, Commissioner, if you started the docket investigation up until you arrest, you have this interest, you want to see the outcome. Now somebody come take your dockets, you go back to your station of origin from your province, you lost touch. Already you have done that relationship with the deceased families. You are the one who's giving feedback. So mine will say, let those members remain in the maiden robbery in KZN.
And then lastly, in that paragraph 22, you say you wouldn't have, especially because elections are coming up, you say local government elections are coming up, you would not have encouraged the disbanding of the PKTT. Now, I'm struggling to reconcile you saying that and also saying, well, they must be disbanded to go to the murder and robbery, to go and capacitate the murder and robbery units. And it suggests, and maybe just clarify that, in my mind, that which looks like a contradiction, where you say PKT, you wouldn't have encouraged it being disbanded because we have elections coming, but you're also saying they must go and capacitate the murder and robbery unit. In my mind, it seems to suggest you don't think there's a need for a team such as the PKTT. It seems that what seems to be a contradiction to me seems to suggest that your view is it's not necessary to have that kind of team because this is work that murder and robbery units can do exactly the same way and have exactly the same claimed successes.
Okay, commissioners, in this statement, paragraph 22, actually I was just showing that if maybe proper consultations were done together with all the role players within the serious and violent crime, I would suggest to them that for now, let us wait for the municipal elections, because we all know what is happening in KZN during the elections. It's a well-known fact. So how about we package this disbandment up until maybe the municipal is over. But in the meantime, we work the process. We don't just fold our arms. We work a process so that when the municipal pre-elections, post-elections, there's no casualty, there's no incident, then we with our proper formal disbandment, which now the members will be in the murder and robbery. So I was just explaining this that to show that we are approaching. We are only left with some few months, even though we don't know the date for the elections. So it will be prudent that now, or how about we leave this PKTT now? But after that, in the meantime, we work the process of disbanding, so that maybe after the election, we don't start afresh. We've got a plan in place which shows that after the elections, then we start with the disbandment, and the members will be taken at the murder and robbery sections. That's how I'm just explaining. Maybe it was contradicting. You say now PKTT is the elections, now you say murder and robbery. No, I was just trying to show that because the elections are incoming, how about we leave this team in place? But in the meantime, we work the plan. How after the election, then this member, they will be properly placed in their respective, especially in case of then murder and robbery, those who are willing to stay behind.
Okay. Maybe lastly, and I hope I'm not being unfair to you with this question. Do you, and do say if you can't answer my question.
Okay.
Do you or do you not accept that there was a valid reason behind the idea to form a task team such as the PKTT to focus on political killings? Do you accept that there's a scenario where there is merit to having such a team?
when it started.
When it started, yes.
Yes, they were-
Given what was happening at the time.
Yes, there was a valid reason during that period.
Yes.
There
And-
was a valid why a tax team, because commissioners, we do have tax teams also.
Yes.
Irrespective of political tax team. We do have tax teams where maybe there's cash in transit, where there's also traditional healers are killed, where there's a lot, where women and children are killed, raped and maimed, the gangs in Western Cape. We also have that particular tax team, but they are not forever. When we stabilize that threat, the tax team ceased to operate. So there was a valid reason why this team was established from the onset.
And is your position that as long as we haven't stabilized or you haven't stabilized the situation, if there's no evidence that you have stabilized the situation, or in fact if the situation continued, the problem with political killings, for example, if in the next elections you see a spike, is your position that there would still be an argument to retain the PKTT?
Yes, commissioners, maybe when we reach that arena as management of SAPS, together with the other integrated or external stakeholders who are the crime fighters, we have to sit down and consider this position of disbandment. During that period,
Yes.
then we have to sit down and reconsider.
So having the team having been established, the task team, the PKTT having been established, is it fair to say that the decision to disestablish it or to disband it would have to look, on your approach, would have to look at whether you have stabilized the situation, and that is what would inform the decision to disband not just the PKTT but any other task team?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, commissioners.
Commissioners, we were debating if this 1 minute can be used, but we will ask for a 1 minute early adjournment for tea.
Let us adjourn and resume at 11:15.
actual audit, can you confirm that you assembled a team of 9 officers to undertake this audit process?
Yes, I can confirm, Commissioners. Commissioners, from that 9, as I go further with my testimony, I will explain why I took 1 from the 9 members.
Okay, and that this inspection process took place between the 19th and the 30th of May?
Yes, Commissioners, it started from that date.
And Commissioners, the actual audit report or inspection report is Annexure IM5 to Mr. Mdluli's affidavit at page 26 of his annexures. Just to note that. General, you were then provided with the audit report on the 6th of June. What did you do with this audit report?
Commissioners, when I received the inspection schedule or matrix, I went through it as the norm. When you receive the report from the members, you have to go through the inspection itself, and then I compiled and sort of a summary, executive summary, the shortcomings, the findings, and then from there, I called Colonel Mdluli, the one who was presenting me with this inspection matrix or report. Not report as such, it's me who's going to do now a report. Then I compiled the necessary report for the attention of General Sibiya. Why General Sibiya? During that period when I came back from leave, I just want to bring to the attention of the commissioners that my direct commander actually is General Sintumule, but she was not present during that period, so I was engaging mostly with General Sibiya. So maybe commissioners will see through why I'm saying General Sibiya, not General Sintumule. General Sintumule came back on the 7th of June. So after compiling, then I make that report.
Sorry, General, what was the purpose of the report?
Okay. Commissioners, when members do inspections, you as their commander, you have to do that summarized report to your immediate, like General Sintumule is a divisional commissioner, so that I'm taking General Sibiya through the whole inspection report, because myself and General Sibiya, especially General Sibiya, was not involved in the inspection. So the main purpose is for him also to get the jigs of the entire inspection of what transpired through the report, but I also gave him the very same matrix or schedule which Colonel Mdluli compiled. I also gave it to him. So it was this matrix and also together with my report, the one which I've made sort of a summary of the findings and shortcomings and recommendations from the bigger report, the inspection report.
Thank you, General. If you have regard to paragraph 24 of your statement, you describe a different purpose for the report. Can you have a look at the second sentence?
Okay, commissioners, can I read this? Thereafter, on or about 6 June 2025, I compiled a draft and signed report in the form of an executive summary of the inspection exercise undertaken. The purpose of the draft report was to motivate for the budget allocation for these dockets to be investigated and to get direction from General Sibiya and General Sintumule, as the report is annexed here to marked as MCM1. Yes, in this draft report, I went to General Sibiya, and then by that time General Sintumule was back. So I was just discussing this inspection with them, what is the findings, because they said that I must ensure that we proceed with investigation. Then that's when now I told them, I don't have a budget in my component because of the PKTT they are budgeted for. So now I must proceed with these 118 dockets. I need some money to go to KZN to conduct the investigations.
And General, the need for money, if the PKTT was to be sort of, the members were going to be reintegrated into the murder and robbery unit, which is your component at a provincial level, why was there need for additional money?
The money which is allocated to PKTT, the needs was looked into before when the money was allocated to them. So why now I'm needing this money? Because of, I was thinking the management won't go to the money which is allocated budget for PKTT so that they can reallocate or divert the money from the PKTT to 118. So I thought when I request this money, then I will be given some portion, either from the very same money which is given, because of 118 dockets is also budgeted within the PKTT. So by so doing, I thought maybe, for example, they've got 10 million, maybe I will get a portion, maybe 2 or 3 million, so that I can conduct the 118 because it's already budgeted. Actually, there I can say I was just trying, I can put maybe my luck so that maybe I can get something. And that's when now General Sintumula said, okay, General, just put it in writing. The request for funding. In the meantime, I will speak with the Chief Financial Officer, which is General Dimpani.
Thank you, General. And would you have been able to proceed with investigations if funding wasn't available?
If funding was not,
If it wasn't made available?
no, I wouldn't proceed with investigations because of commissioners. When you go to KZN, we plan to go there on a fortnight. I even make a breakdown of the hotels, the daily allowances, and so forth, like the PKTT. Then we said we won't go and stay there for 6 months. Maybe we go for a fortnight, we come back, just like that, and go back up until maybe this 118, we reduce them to the acceptable level. We even said that maybe 6 months. Actually, we wanted to start from 1st of June until December. Then January, we do our assessment to see from this 118, because already through the inspection, we saw which one we can start with. So 118, maybe we were within that 6 months, maybe 60, 70 dockets. Maybe we were supposed to finalize. Sorry. It depends with the dynamics of KZN when we arrive there. But that one, it was another story. That's how we plan we are going to do. At least 6 months, there must be an impact on this 118 dockets.
I know it was not your decision, General, but it just does not make sense to me to bring in a fresh or a new team when there was a team in place already. Once it had been decided by General Sibiya that investigations should go on, I just do not understand why those investigations should not have been conducted by the PKTT. It just doesn't make sense.
Yes, commissioners, because now I was finding myself in that dilemma. I also have to swim. I must come up and devise as a manager. How am I going to swim with this 118? That is why I was taking all these actions or maybe some suggestions. How about we do this so that we can also ensure that these 118 dockets can be investigated? Because, Commissioner, these dockets, they've been there also, not being given attention. And then I know, Commissioner, if dockets are sitting a long time with investigating officers, what feedback are you giving to the deceased family, especially where here we have lost life, irrespective whether it's a housebreaking or a theft of motor vehicle? The people need answers, and they need their satisfying answers. So that is why I was eager. Just give me money, I'll go and work this docket, Commissioner.
And also, I mean, with the new investigators coming in cold, there would be delays. Do you accept that?
Yes, I accept, Commissioner. I accept that one.
Thank you, General.
General, your report, the draft report that you compiled, is page 1 of the annexures. Commissioners, that's MCM1, which starts at page 1 of the annexure set of documents. General, if you can have regard to paragraph 1.1 of that statement, of that draft report. So it's immediately after your statement.
Okay, yes, I see it.
You say there that on 31 December 2024, the Minister's Office issued an instruction through the Office of the Deputy National Commissioner, General Sibiya, who was acting as the National Commissioner at the time. Is that a correct reflection of what happened?
Commissioners, in this one, I think it's a typo to say General Sibiya, because from our, from our office, we thought it was General Sibiya who was acting. But he later, during our engagement, he also brought this to my attention, because he also signed. He said that I saw you wrote me I was acting. Actually, it was not me who was acting. It was General Musikidi. So already these letters, they were signed. But I would like to apologize just for that one, because I wrote General Sibiya. Actually, it was General Musikidi who was acting.
And General, this report, this draft report, did you give it to Generals Sibiya and Sentumule?
No, this report, as I was explaining, Commissioners, General Sentumule, during the engagement of the dockets, she was not present. I just gave this report after we finished, and then General Sentumule came. I think it was on the 7th, mostly of these inspections. But the main one, the one when we were discussing with General Sibiya and General Sentumule, I gave them the bigger one, where I went and just explained to them what transpired through the inspections. And when we were engaging about the extra money, it was on the 7th of June, when General Sentumule advised that I must write a information note pertaining to a request for extra budget or funding to go and conduct those docket in case of the investigations.
Commissioners, that information note is MCM2, which is at page 13 of the annexures. General, you talk about the meeting and that General Sentumule asked that you prepare the information note, but at paragraph 27, you go on to talk about a second information note that was prepared regarding the missing statements. Can you tell the commissioners about this?
Commissioners, during the inspection of this docket and through my perusal, I was approached by Captain van der Berg, who was also part of the inspecting team. But during that inspection, we took 2 dockets from Eastern Cape, the one of Nam Chamta, who passed on. Then because of the sister of the deceased was calling General Sibiya just to get feedback of the cases. There were 2 cases, attempted murder and the murder one. So the docket was initially investigated in my office when it was taken by PKTT during October 2023. So in those dockets, Captain van der Berg brought it to my attention that there were 32 statements which were missing from the docket. Then immediately it raised some concern. I even asked Kenan Glul, because he was leading the inspecting team, the inspection. Then I asked him, they didn't experience similar incident like this one where statements are missing. And then Kenan Glul informed me, General, actually, we also realized that Umlazi and Greytown, There were also statements missing, 10, 12. He even said that it is mentioned in that inspection matrix. And then from there, I penned down this information note. I brought it to the attention of General Sibia that in this docket of these three dockets, the Great Town, Umlazi, and Mthatha, there were statements which were missing. How we saw it, commissioners, is under the C-clip, which is the dial SAPS 5. The statement were annexed. For example, it will say General Motsipe statement A4, Commissioner Madlanga statement A5, Commissioner Kumalo statement A6, and so forth. But when you check the A-clip, there's no statement as such because of you can't annex the C-clip without the statement. The statement speaks to the C. A part speaks to the C. What you do on the A part of the docket is reflected under the C clip. It's your diary. So immediately I brought it to the attention of General Sivia. Then General Sivia wanted to call General Kumar. Then I said, no, you can still call, but let's put it in writing so that maybe he can respond why this statement are missing from the docket, whereas they've been annexed under the C clip. That's when I wrote this information note to General Sivia.
Are there instances when investigators would remove statements from dockets, General?
Commissioner, pardon?
Are there instances when investigators would remove statements from dockets?
No, commissioners, we don't have those instances. Usually when you take a statement, maybe you, for example, you go out, take statement. When you come back to the office, you do most now administration. You have to put it there and annex. So you can annex C-clip, my statement, whereas the statement is not there. So it shows the docket, the statement were there, clipped, I'm just assuming, and then they were taken out. Or maybe they were annexed before they were put under the clip. I don't know what was the rationale behind that, but you can't just reflect it under the C clip, whereas it's not on the A part, because they go hand in hand. Sometimes you put them under A, you don't annex. So when you go through the dockets, you'll see that A4 is not reflected, then we have to reflect it under the C clip. So in this one, I don't know what happened, but they were not there.
Just explain the C clip to me, please.
Or the C clip, commissioners, the docket is divided into, I can say, 5 parts. It's the front page, then it will be, we call it the A clip. Second page, the third one is the B clip, where we put all the correspondence. Then becomes the C, where we put all the diary. And then the last part, it will be where suspects are arrested, then we are charging. That's why we charge. All the suspects will reflect, but provision is made only for 2 suspects, but we've got an additional paper, or not a paper as such. It also forms part of the docket where you attach it. Is sort of an annexure that it will say maybe suspect 1, 2, 3, then the other one will 4. If there are 15 or 20, you can put as much, as long as they will reflect in the docket, and they look the same like the first one where we have charged.
So the clips are basically part of the docket folder?
Yes, when I say the C clips, actually we call it the SAPS C5 diary. It's a C part. So where you write every activity, like when you write...
All of that is part of the folder that
Yes.
covers.
Yes.
It used to be
Yes,
brownish.
when you open the docket.
It used to be brownish in the olden days.
It's
I don't know
brown,
what-
it's still
yes,
brown.
Yes. So those are there.
Yes.
Then the statements are loose pieces of paper that get put in, or
No,
that
Commissioner.
are placed in this folder, in the docket folder.
Yes, the docket like this
Yes.
file in front of us. Then it go upwards. We call it A1, it's the complainant statement.
Yes, yes.
It's 1. Then go up.
It's a loose piece of paper.
Yeah, it's a statement.
Yes.
You put A, this
Okay.
one is A1. Then on the C part of the docket,
You make a note of
you
it.
make a note, the
Okay.
statement of General Motsepe is
Yes.
C,
Okay.
is A1.
All
Just like
right.
the ballistic report obtained from forensic lab A2.
All right,
Just like
all
that, because it's part of the evidence of the statement. So they go hand in hand.
Okay,
So you
so you were able to tell from the folder, this brown folder, that notes had been made, that there's this statement, there's that statement, there's that statement, but the actual statements themselves were not in that folder.
they are not here in the A part.
All right,
Yes.
all right. Let me, I hope the evidence leaders will not fight with me about this. From a statement that we have read, a point is made that investigators had taken some of the statements out of the dockets. That's how I understand the statement. So you are basically saying that that's not supposed to happen.
It's not supposed, commissioners.
So if you want a statement for purposes of your investigation, you would have to take the entire docket. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, what I'm trying to say, commissioners, is you can write under the C, the diary, and mention a next statement of General Motsepe.
Yes.
But the very same statement of General Motsepe, which is A4, whatever number, is not here in the docket.
Yeah. No. What I'm saying is, let us suppose that the statement of General Mutsipe was actually taken.
Yes.
And because it was taken, it is noted as A4
Yes.
or whatever. So it's not, but when you get to the docket, the physical statement itself is not there.
It's not there, Commissioner.
So my question is, but it was taken. My question is there anything wrong with investigators removing A4 for purposes of their investigation, taking it out of the brown folder? Is there anything wrong with that?
Hey, Commissioner, that one really, because I don't know what happened during the investigation. Maybe they've got reasons. They put A4 there, but they took the A statement for some other reasons of their investigation. But when you are an inspecting officer, you expect the docket. That's where the audit comes, an inspection. When I take the docket like this, I expect to see the A4 attached under the docket. If maybe they took it for purposes of maybe for inspections or for bails or whatever during the nature or during the nature of the investigation, maybe something which maybe they will explain. Maybe they took it for something.
So in your experience, if as part of my investigation, I want to go around, but I want to have this statement readily available for purposes of my investigation, what would I have to do? Would I have to take the entire folder with all the statements in it, even if all that I want is General Motsepe's A4? Would I have to take the entire docket?
Commissioner, if you take the statement for the purpose of investigation, you
Yes.
can make a copy and certify it. You can make a copy, leave the docket actually must be intact because this brown follows an evidence which in future we intend to produce it before court. But if you take, just imagine 32 statements are not in the docket for purposes of investigation. What type of investigation? Why don't in the diary you mention somewhere, or maybe in the pocket books? Maybe in their pocket books they mention, because pocket books and the diary actually they go hand in hand. If maybe in their pocket books they have mentioned that I took this docket for purposes of another docket investigation, but usually we make copies. If maybe this one is an original of the statement of that particular case, you must make a copy and use it as a for purpose of investigation. But in that scenario, I don't know why those statements were taken from the docket.
Thank you, General.
General, I think in your either in your statement or in one of the other statements that we have, we are told that some of these dockets were inherited. I think the dockets go as back as 2006. I think that's the earliest. Now, where you found your audit finds that statements are missing, were inquiries made that resolved the question, where do they miss these statements? At which point were they there, and when do they go missing? And I ask the question because from your evidence, and I don't know if that is the intention of what you're conveying, from your evidence, it seems you're saying the PKTT members removed statements from the dockets. Now, given that some of those dockets, if we accept that evidence, are inherited dockets that were given to the PKTT as things moved along, do you know whether those statements that were identified as missing, where in fact did they go missing? Do they go missing in the hands of the PKTT, or from whence those dockets came?
Sorry, Commissioners, this docket, especially the one which I'm alluding them, Tata one, they were inherited from my office. But the statement which was annexed under the diary C is their handwriting, is the member of the PKTT. Where Colonel Odendal stopped in the diary, where he wrote whatever investigation he conducted, it shows you have to sign with a date and time. But the one which I'm mentioning is the PKTT members. Thanks, Commissioners.
And General, you mentioned that you then made an inquiry to General Khumalo through the information note annexed as MCM3. Do you know if that information note was ever sent to General Khumalo and his response?
Commissioners, I wrote the information note to the attention of General Sibia, and then I just ended up with General Sibia. I don't know whether it was taken further with General Khumalo, but I brought it under his attention because General Khumalo report directly to General Sibia.
So, General, just to follow up on Commissioner Baloy's question, did you get responses from the PKTT on all of these queries that are mentioned in your report? So, in instances where there's a statement missing, was there ever an inquiry to the PKTT to say, I've got docket, let's say docket 95. It is noted that there should be a statement in the docket. When we audit the docket, we see that the statement is missing. Was there ever an inquiry made to the PKTT to say, where is the statement that should go with this docket?
Commissioners, I never communicated with the PKTT myself. I was doing it through protocol, through General Sibia, so that he can communicate with General Khumalo. But that is why I put this information note down, so that he can take the matter up with General Khumalo.
But as far as you know, that was never taken up.
I did myself. I didn't get a response from General Khumalo or at the statement. I never received the response from him, because I took it upon General Sibia, who was supposed to give me feedback. But so far, I've never received any response from General Khumalo or General Sibia about this missing statement.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Then, General, you deal with what you highlighted as shortcomings identified from the inspection process. We are at paragraph 29. Can you give a summary of those findings or shortcomings that you identified?
Commissioners, can I go through and read them? I further alluded that I was not directly involved in the audit exercise, but I did spot check a few dockets and receive comprehensive feedback from the team who conducted the audit. The following are a few of the shortcomings that were identified. 23 suspects were identified by witnesses, but these suspects were not arrested. One case was withdrawn by a witness because the suspect was on bail and the witnesses were fearful for their lives. 4 cases were found newly prosecuted because the public prosecutor instructions were not complied with. 1 case, the suspects were identified in the identity parade, but they were not charged, meaning they were identified immediately when the suspects are identified in the parade. what follows, you must charge them, take them to court. But in this instance, they were only identified in the ID parade. One case, the suspect was arrested with no public prosecutor instructions in the docket. It shows that the suspect is arrested, taken to court, but it doesn't show all the court processes because it must appear either at whatever lower court or at the regional court, and the prosecutor actually must write something on the docket instructions.
I'm not sure I understand this point, General. Are you saying that PKTT members could not effect arrests without instructions from a prosecutor, even if the requirements for an arrest, set by the Criminal Procedure Act were satisfied?
Which paragraph is that one, Commissioner?
I'm referring to your 29.5. One case, the suspect was arrested with no public prosecutor instructions in the docket, which I understand to say, if there has not been an instruction by a prosecutor, go arrest that suspect, there can be no arrest. That's how I understand your 29.5. Now my question is, are you saying that PKTT members could not effect arrests without instructions from a prosecutor, even if the requirements for an arrest set by the Criminal Procedure Act were satisfied?
Commissioners, in this particular docket, a suspect was arrested. So when the suspect is arrested and charged, they must go through the processes at court. So in this one, it doesn't show that actually the person was arrested, but he was never, it seems he never went through the court processes. If the suspect was arrested and released, there was supposed to be a release form inside the docket. So this one, the suspect was arrested, taken to court. So where did he appear? Which court?
Also, it is not the arrest that you are querying. What you are querying is the lack of any entries made by the prosecutor on the docket. Is that what your query is?
No, actually, Commissioner, maybe the manner in which it was faced here, I was just showing that the suspect is in the docket, he was arrested. But it seems he ended up without appearing before court because there's no prosecutor's instructions. If a person appears before court, it's a norm. The prosecutor will write something on the front page of the docket, maybe remanded for bail for 7 days and so forth. Even inside, they write something. They will say maybe obtain ballistic report, obtain whatever medical report. But this one is just a docket. So it seems it never. That is why I'm indicating, emphasizing the issue of the public prosecutor, not the arrest.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I guess it's a problem with the phrasing.
Okay.
I did not understand what you
That's
meant.
all right,
Thank you, thank you.
General, these findings or the shortcomings that you identified are pretty serious. Did you then communicate these findings to General Khumalo to inquire about some of these challenges?
Commissioners, everything in this inspection report was never communicated to General Khumalo. It was communicated to General Sibiya. That is why I say the reporting a template or the protocol. You speak with General Sibiya. By that time, General Sibiya was supposed to call General Khumalo just to bring this to his attention. Myself and the team were just doing the inspection. Now we are giving the outcome of the inspection to General Sibiya to take it further with General Khumalo.
And then, General, at paragraph 30, can you confirm those are the 3 cases wherein there were missing statements that you referred to earlier?
Yes, Commissioners, Umlazi case 479 of 4/2016, 10 statement missing. I just mentioned here the victim was an ANC member. And then the Greytown case 2 of 11/2018, which is murder, 32 statements. Actually here, I think, Commissioner, it was a typo from ourselves. Let me apologize. It's not 10 statement, it's 12. 32 statement is the one of Mthatha, the one of the murder. So for Greytown, it must read as 12 statement, not 32.
Thank you, General.
Can you please explain the Mthatha case? My recollection, which may not necessarily be accurate, is that in the Eastern Cape, the cases investigated by the PKTT were Fort Hare cases. I seem to recall that there was also mention of an East London case, but probably it was connected with the Fort Hare cases, I'm not sure. I don't remember mention being made of a Mthatha case.
Commissioners, at the initial stages, we spoke about 118 dockets. Actually, we were supposed to say 121. Let me apologize for not taking you through. So PKTT, through the testimony of General Kumalo and the National Commission, they did mention the cases from Eastern Cape. So when the docket were taken back, after 3 weeks.
My issue is not with the 118, 121, because my understanding was still that to make up the total of 121,
Yes.
3 cases were added from the Fort Hare cases. So what I'm saying is, I don't remember a Mthatha case ever being mentioned. I don't quite see why the Mthatha case would have been part of the Fort Hare cases. So the Mthatha case sounds like it's something new altogether. Do you get me now? So I was just trying to understand where and how the Mthatha case features.
Commissioners, 121 dockets actually is this docket. Is 2 dockets from Tata and 1 from Alice, which was part of Fort Hare. But when the docket were brought, later, the 3 docket, it was Alice and 2 Mthatha. So the 2 Mthatha is this one.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks,
All
Commissioner.
right, thank you.
Chair, if I may be of assistance, in General Masimola's testimony, he indicated that there was a trip to Fort Hare when there was a directive for them to include it as part of the PKTT's mandate, said there was uproar about a particular murder, which was the Namhla case, and he then requested head office to give that case over to the PKTT. So it wasn't related to Fort Hare, but was added because of a public outcry at the time they were there to address the Fort Hare issues.
Thank you, thank you.
General, you then deal with the stalling of investigations that you noted at paragraph 31. Can you explain what you mean by stalled investigations?
Commissioners, by stalling investigations, I just want to illustrate that the 121 dockets, they were stalled for some period. The oldest docket is from 2016, where suspects were identified through Section 205 Sapuna, but the suspects were not arrested. And then in the big inspection report or inspection matrix or schedule, the last entry on this docket, I think it was, investigation was done on 2023. In this report, commissioners, I was just highlighting to General Sibia the outcome from, I didn't take all the 121 dockets to put them here. I was just highlighting, like 2016, we are now at 2025. But the last entry in the docket, it was 2023. And then the next one was this one. This 2016 is Harding case, if I'm not mistaken, from the inspection report. And the other one was no evidence of investigations conducted, is some docket from 2016 until 2024. Senior public prosecutor and director of public prosecution instructions were ignored, not complied with. Forensic ballistic reports are outstanding for a lengthy period of time. Section 205 subpoena reports are not analyzed. They are there in the docket. When you receive a Section 205, you have to analyze so that you can make the linkages of the suspect together with the crime committed. So it doesn't serve a purpose. You receive a Section 205 from the service provider, you put it in the docket. So you have to go through and analyze it so that you can come up with the linkages. Cases are not enrolled because of insufficient evidence. So in these instances, you'll find that suspects are arrested prematurely. You take suspect to court, but there's no evidence to link. That is why they are not enrolled.
General, what you've done from paragraph 29 and the same in paragraph 30, you are very specific about the number of dockets that are affected by what you've identified as shortcomings. And in paragraph 31, you've so far identified 31.1, and I think you say it's a hardened case. So it's clear there that you're talking about one case, one docket, let me say. The balance of that, 31.2 up to 31.6, you don't say, and maybe you should be specific if you can, because right now the impression is it's a general picture. You are dealing with 121 dockets, and one doesn't have a sense of where you say investigations were not conducted from 2016 until 2024. How many dockets are we talking about? Is this a widespread problem? Is it an exceptional problem that you picked up? And so on up to 0.6.
Commissioners, in this one, I was just giving a synopsis. Actually, from 121 docket, it is a widespread where most of the investigations were not conducted. I was just highlighting the few. So some of these, there are commonalities. If I take the 31.3, senior public prosecutor and director of public prosecution, instructions were ignored. Maybe from 121, you will find 10 or 15. So here I was just highlighting the shortcomings of what is happening in the 121. But the whole document, this one, the matrix, it is indicating, there's a column which shows hiding case and then comments by the inspection team from my office. And then actually, it doesn't mean the officers in the PKTT never gave instructions. They did also give instructions. Some of the shortcomings which we have identified or the team identified comes from the very same officers who gave instructions. For example, analyze section 205, analyze section 205. Nothing was done also there. So other inspections or outcome come from this new inspection team. They saw other things which the same officers never came across, but this day contained in the docket. So I was just showing to a large extent what is happening in the docket by then. Because of commissioners, when you do inspection, by then you get, I will go to Western Cape, more or less I will get the same. Not when we do this inspection, we were criticizing or trying to point a finger to the PKTT. When we are inspecting, you will come up with similar findings in some other dockets. I just want to bring this to the attention of the commissioners.
Commissioner Baloyi, we can, with the general, prepare a supplementary to deal with exactly which cases. We do have the complete schedule. Is that correct, General?
It's correct, Commissioner. We do have the matrix here.
Then, General, at paragraph 32, you deal with the Namhla case and a directive to immediately start investigating. Can you explain what happened there?
Commissioners, the Namhla case was investigated prior from my office by Lieutenant Colonel Odendal. So during October 2023, the docket was taken to the very same Namhla docket. There were two dockets attempted, and then the murder one. They were taken to the PKTT. Then when the docket came back General Khumalo informed the sister of the deceased that the docket are back to our office. But before that, General Khumalo explained, I'm using General Khumalo as a divisional commissioner, and then who said that he's a project manager. Because I engaged with the sister of the deceased. She also told me the story. That when the docket before they were taken to our office, General Khumalo explained to the sister that they identified a motive and they were supposed to go through with the takedown of the target. And then the target applied for an interdict against the investigation. So there was an interim, there was an interdict, let me say there was an interdict against the investigation, but it was dismissed by the Mthatha High Court, I think this year, January or February. And then later, when they were still busy again now to make the takedown, Commissioner, now we are speaking things of last year. I think it was somewhere October. The docket was taken 2023. They were busy with whatever investigation. Then last year, when they were supposed to conduct a takedown, they identified most the motive and the target. There was an interdict. It was dismissed this year. General Khumalo told the sister that when they were supposed to do now is another takedown this year, the docket was recalled by General CB. Said they couldn't conduct a takedown this year, even last year, because of the interdict. So the sister called General Sibiya, complaining as if we are taking them as a family for a ride. Then General Sibiya gave me the number of the sister. I took this docket from when they were still busy with the inspections. I took this docket, gave it to Captain van der Berg, because he was familiar with this docket. He used to work it with Colonel Odenda. And then I took it from him, but he was attending a lot of High Court matters. Then by that time, I had two members whom I deployed in Quebec. They were investigating the insurance matters, which is very prevalent in Eastern Cape, especially in Quebec. Then I took this docket so that whilst they are in Eastern Cape, they must conduct the investigation in this docket. Then the sister, through that explanation, she was happy. Then she communicated with Colonel Kenen and Mapeto. They were now the new investigating officer of this matter. So whilst they were also investigating, that's when now the docket now taken back to KZN. I was just explaining here what transpired of the Mthatha case, then Namklawan. That's the whole thing in paragraph.
Does that, General, not illustrate the problem created with the taking of dockets? Because now they are supposed to execute the takedown, but they don't have the docket with them. So that takedown never happens because they don't have the docket.
It never happened because the PKTT, they are the one who identified the target. So I was asking myself, when the interdict is dismissed, but there were two months lapse for the docket to be recalled by General CB, why the takedown didn't take place? Because they've identified most the target last year.
You're talking about now the interdict is dismissed in January. And
Yes.
your question is, in February and March, why did they not execute the takedown?
Yes, because they told the sister, that's what the sister is telling me. She understood the interdict after the attempt to make the takedown. Now she's asking, the interdict is dismissed by January, Feb. Why now they didn't effect the arrest or make the takedown before you from national you requested the docket? Now the docket are with you are going to start afresh now. So now the docket where with these two kennels is taken back again KZN. I don't know whether it's still in KZN or where is the docket now.
I'm with you.
General, just to clarify, the dismissal was in February.
It was Feb. Okay. Thanks for that.
And this is February when, 2025,
2025, Commissioners.
after the decision to disband the PKTT was made.
Yes, after that directive of the Minister.
And then, General, at paragraph 33, you speak about General Mkwanazi's media briefing and some of the statements he made there about the dockets. Do you want to elaborate on this?
Commissioners, if I can read my statement, this paragraph 33. During General Mkwanazi's media briefing on 6 July 2025, he indicated that 5 dockets had warrant of arrest that had been issued and that the dockets are gathering dust at the head office of General Sibia without being given the necessary attention. And I said it's not true.
Why do you say it's not true? Because this related to whether there were any investigations taking place. Is that not so?
Yes, Commissioner.
So what this meant was the dockets are sitting at head office with no investigations going on. So it was in that sense that General Mkwanazi was saying that the dockets were gathering dust. So why do you disagree with that? Because no investigations were taking place.
Commissioner, before the investigation was supposed to take place, we have done the inspections. I think it's part and parcel, even though it's not physical investigations of the docket. But by mere investigation, requesting the funding, it shows that we needed to go and do the
But General, you've just agreed that what General Mkwanazi was talking about was the fact that no investigations were taking place. So inspections of dockets and so on do not go to the question of actual investigations. So in that sense, the dockets were gathering dust. Why do you not agree with that?
That's the explanation which I'm giving, Commissioner. The docket were not gathering dust because this docket were only 3 months here with us, approximately, maybe 3 months. And then in the month of, they came March, and then April, there were the itineraries completed. When General Mkwanazi refused the docket, the National Commissioner said that General CBM must use his own discretion. So also the inspections which we conducted, it shows we were doing something in the docket.
General, you should not take this personally. It's not you being criticized at all, and let alone personally. What General Mkwanazi was talking about was that no investigations were taking place. Is that not so? That's what he meant in his media statement. Is that media briefing, rather? Is that not so?
Commissioner will take that.
So
That the investigations were never conducted.
In that sense, the dockets were gathering dust. That is what General Mkwanazi meant. Do you accept that? You see, General Mkwanazi's statement would still have been true even if someone, maybe a general worker, would pick up the dockets and dust them off every day so that there isn't literally dust on them. But they would be gathering dust in the sense that they were not investigated. That is all that General Mkwanazi meant. Do you accept that?
I will accept that, Commissioner,
Thank you.
if you say it.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then, General, your reference is made at paragraph 34 to the criticism that there were 5 warrants of arrest issued in the dockets, but you there talk about what your audit found. Can you explain what you mean there?
When the team conducted the audit, Commissioners, They found 2 warrants of arrest agreed to by the prosecutor and magistrate on 2nd October 2024. It was in Ndwendwe case 127 of 10/2023. These warrants of arrest were never executed. They were there in Ndwendwe dockets, but they were never executed. And the commander wrote that the suspect must be circulated. The procedure, as I know, it is when the investigating officer received a signed warrant of arrest. Actually, it's not supposed to be in there. You don't put it there in the docket. You receive a warrant, you have to go and execute. He must proceed to execute the warrant by first tracking and tracing the suspect or suspect. If there are no leads regarding the suspect whereabouts, the investigating officer would then complete an SAP 55 for purposes of circulation and send this to the Criminal Record Center for further circulation in the database of wanted circulated persons.
Can you please explain the concept of circulating a suspect? What does that mean?
Commissioners, in this Ndwendwe, there is a warrant of arrest in the docket. So the commander, instead of egging the investigating officer to trace the suspect, then when we went through the diary, it never indicates where the suspect were traced. The main purpose of signing a warrant of arrest is to execute. Execute meaning you must go and trace the suspect. So this one, it came, is attached and then doing the case, and the commander just say circulate. How can you circulate a suspect who was never traced?
It's exactly that circulating that I'm interested in. What does it mean to circulate a suspect?
Okay.
How do you do that?
Okay, Commissioner, when we circulate a suspect, we complete this SAPS 55 for a purpose that there will be a hit if the suspect is arrested somewhere. Then in the system, because now it's captured in the system, it will be a hit. Then the investigating officer in that particular, he will inform this one that your suspect is arrested here. Come in. That's the main purpose of circulating.
Thank you, thank you.
General, and then you deal with one other docket at paragraph 35, where there was an unsigned warrant.
Commissioners, in this one is still warrant of arrest. Furthermore, there was one docket where the warrant of arrest was completed by the investigating officer, but not signed by the prosecutor or a magistrate, meaning the warrant was never issued. So it's a warrant of arrest J50, completed, but not signed by the prosecutor or magistrate. So it's just a J50 there in the docket. I'm just responding to what General Mokwanas was alluding, that there were 5 warrants of arrest which were imminent. We delayed because docket were gathering dust. That is why this warrant of arrest were never executed. So we found these types of warrant, the 2 which were signed, the other one where it was not signed. Those are the only warrant which we found in the dockets.
And General, earlier you explained that one of the purpose of doing the inspection was to identify low-hanging fruit so that if there's anything that needs to be done urgently, that can be attended to. Is there a reason why these ones where there were either a need for circulation or perhaps getting the warrant signed, why those weren't given priority while the administrative processes for getting funding were going on?
Actually, commissioners, we planned it in that way from the onset. When they were doing inspection, then they're bringing me some heads up. I even suggested, how about maybe before we look into the funding, we look into our own monies, the one which I'm having, then we go and execute on especially these 2 warrant of arrest. So that, at least because you can see they are there, and they were issued last year, October, the 2nd of October 2024, if I'm not mistaken. They were issued last year, now is this year. They've never been executed. We thought it in that line that these low-hanging fruits, if we got money, we're going to start first, like the one which I mentioned, where I said 23 suspect were witness identified suspect. Those were the first dockets which we wanted to start with, actually.
So General, the question still remains, why wasn't this done if that could have been done while you were waiting for the big money issue to be settled?
Commissioners, when we look into our coffers, especially my budget, we didn't have enough money to embark and conduct this investigation. We wanted to go there, but because of money, because finance office, they are the one which will guide you. Immediately when you write there that this docket come, you have to outlay what is happening. This docket come from the PKTT. They all know that there's money being allocated to PKTT. Then we have to explain. That is why now we took this route of requesting for an extra budget.
So, General, these dockets, at least the two that you've given dates for, the October one, October 2024, we know there's a period of about 2 months before the PKTT is disbanded. You are saying in that period, in that window period before they were disbanded, these warrants should have been executed in that period.
By the PKTT.
Yes, I understand that. You're saying
Commissioner.
in that 2 months period.
Yes, before, yes.
Then the PKTT is disbanded on the 31st, at least that's the directive. So for all intents and purposes, as far as the minister is concerned, it seems that from the 31st of December or from the 1st of January, there's no PKTT to speak of. I guess that's why General Sibia instructs that the files must come back, the dockets must come to Johannesburg, to Pretoria rather. Now, what that means, and this speaks to an earlier point by Commissioner Kumalo, that because of this decision, we know now that from January up to whenever these dockets were returned to KZN, these two warrants were never executed. On your explanation, because you were waiting for a budget.
Yes, Commissioners.
Thank you.
General, just to complete the point, it was also not possible for you to speak to your provincial counterpart. I think is it Major General Gopal?
Yes, Major General Gopal.
In the same component, especially for the urgent matters to be attended to.
Commissioners, really, we never communicated with them. This is the outcome of the inspection, and then we never communicated. Up until we finished by 30th May, we have never communicated and brought to their attention that we found 2 warrants of arrest in the docket. How about maybe you expedite? We never communicated with them.
General, we're going to move to the next topic, being the allegations of defeating the ends of justice. And there you speak about a visit. You first talk about the funding request that was sent. Do you want to explain what happened with that funding request? That was sent to the National Commissioner to request funding for these investigations.
Commissioners.
Maybe, General, before you answer that, just keep the question in mind, but what I'm going to ask you is related in a way. The information note that we looked at, NCM2, that we looked at earlier, under recommendations, you've got 2 recommendations, and the one is the funding issue recommendation, and then the first one, though, is that you recommend that the dockets be returned to KZN for investigation. And then that's the first recommendation, and then the next recommendation you make is for funding, that a dedicated budget be given to the national team. Why, in your thinking, was that the first preference, your first preference, that the dockets be returned to KZN? Well, why was it your first preference?
Commissioners, in this one, I was recommending that if maybe we are not going to get the budget, let the docket go back to their where they belong, because the PKTT already got funding, or they are budgeted, inclusive of this 121 docket which are under investigation. And then the next recommendation is the one of the funding from the National Commissioner.
How did you think about it? I mean, at this point, this is a memo in June, or an information note in June, so we know that the PKTT rather is disbanded by this point, at least according to the Minister and General Sibia. It is disbanded, and yet you are saying the dockets must go back to KZN. Can you just explain how you thought it would play out? And I do understand you're saying because the PKTT were already familiar with the dockets, but it is now disbanded.
Commissioners, when I wrote this, the PKTT is not disbanded. According to me, it was never disbanded.
Okay.
It was partially, because it was the first phase of investigation where the dockets were brought. But they are still operating, and they were still operating whilst I was, and when there was no formal directive for us to say that now the PKTT is no more. So I was just making these recommendations that if maybe the National Commissioner then can't apportion some budget for us, then this docket, they must go back to the PKTTB, because they were still operating.
Because practically they were still
Yeah,
operating.
practically they were still operating.
Thank you.
General, so at this stage, the funding request had not been considered by General Sibia, and it hadn't been approved by the National Commissioner. That's what you say at the top of the page on page 14. And you then further say that you could not investigate until you received the additional funding.
Commissioners, the first information note, the one which we're discussing now, it was revised because it's myself who signed it. Then later it was sent back for ratification. But the signed one, myself, I was not in the office, I was in another meeting. It was signed by Brigadier Kopoditata on my behalf. So this one is the first one where myself, I've signed it, but it was never signed by the Divisional Commissioner because it was sent back from the office of the Divisional Commissioner for some ratification. We just put it here to show that actually we started this request for funding on the 23rd of June.
And then, General, you, earlier in your testimony, if you look at the information note MCM 3 at page 17, which would have been the initial one, and the corrected one is at page 19, MCM 4. You'll recall I asked you about paragraph 2.1 in a different document. That would have been the summary of the audit findings that you provided about the background section where you say that Lieutenant General Sibia was the acting commissioner. This is found again at this information note, which you prepared in June 23, and then again in the revised one, which was signed by Brigadier Kopoditata on the 1st of July.
Yes, Commissioner.
And is it that at this point your team was operating under the impression that General Sibia was the acting National Commissioner at the time?
Commissioners, I explained earlier that in all the correspondence we wrote General Sibia as acting, he also brought to our attention, to my attention, that actually it was not himself that he was acting. Actually, it was General Musikiti. But in most of the information note and the reports, we wrote General Sibia, but not to portray or to bring to the commission that General Sibia is the one who was acting. Actually, it was General Musikiti. But most of the reports, even the National Commissioner signed one of the requests for funding, where we also mentioned that it was General Sibia.
Thank you, General. And then you deal with a request, a visit and a request to take photographs of the dockets, and you were told about a case at paragraph 38. Can you summarize the events? You've set them out in a lot of detail in the statement. So if you can summarize what happened there with Brigadier Kunene.
Commissioners, can I proceed with paragraph 38, reading it? Or just to summarize?
Just to summarize.
Commissioners, on the 22nd of July, I think it was 2 days. It was 2 days after the proclamation, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go through this paragraph, then I will summarize it, Commissioners, with your permission. On the 15th of July, I received a call from General Mangali. He is the component head of Criminal Record and Crime Scene Management, National Office. Then he said that he received a call from General Mkhwanazi that he must avail a photographer for standby, and then he must take photos of the dockets, and then we must also furnish statement to Brigadier Kunene as well. Actually, let me speak. General Mangwale mentioned only about the taking of the photos. Then the following day, I communicated with Brigadier Khopoditata because the docket, they are lying in Brigadier Khopoditata's floor, as a floor in the strong room. Then Brigadier Khopoditata also confirmed that he communicated with Brigadier Kunene. So Brigadier Kunene left KZN on Monday, and then we saw him the following day on the 16th. I think it was around 11 o'clock. It was myself. Before Brigadier Kunene came, I was with Brigadier Khopoditata and Colonel Mguli, but Colonel Mguli got some commitment work, related commitment. Brigadier Kunene came, and then he explained the purpose of his visit. He said that General Mkhwanazi instructed him to come and take some photos, and then the strong room must be considered as a crime scene. We must condone of that strong room as a crime scene. Then I asked Brigadier Kunene, crime scene, what crime is it committed when you condone? Because we've been going through that. If it's a crime scene, we have already tampered with it. I don't understand the logic of condoning of the strong room as a crime scene. Then he said it's the instruction which he was given. Then from there, through our engagement, then I said, what is the interest of taking photos? Then he said, no, he was just given the tasking by General Mkhwanazi. And then from there, I said, let me call General Sibia, because General Sibia by then was still in office. I called General Sibia. General Sibia said that, let me find out from the commission. I don't know whom did he call. He said, let me find out from the commission whether photos of those dockets can be taken or whether you can also give statement. After about 10 minutes, General Sibia called back. The phone was on the speaker. We were the three of us. Then General Sibia explained that the instruction is, or the advice is, photos can be taken of those dockets, provided the National Commissioner authorize. And then we must make an OB entry to that effect. From there, then I told Brigadier Kunen,
And General, when you say that General Sibia inquired from the commission, you mean the Madlanga Commission?
he is from Madlanga Commission.
Okay, thank you. And then thereafter,
Do we know who was contacted within the commission?
General,
Were you told, General?
Commissioners, I don't know who was called, but General Sibia said that he received an instruction or an advice. If dockets need to be taken photos and for us to give statement, the National Commissioner must authorize that instruction. Then Brigadier Kunena was not happy with the explanation of General Sibia. And then from there, he said, hey, it seems now it's going to be a fight between himself and General Mukwanas. Then I said, you take instruction from General Mukwanas. I'm also taking instruction from the Deputy National Commissioner, General Sibia. So let's wait. Maybe the National Commissioner will call and maybe he will authorize, because by then I learned later that General Mukwanas was with the National Commissioner in case that then there was a protest march there. Then Brigadier Kunyana left. I went to my office at around 4:05. I was with Colonel Machabela, whom I met from the lift. He was greeting me. Then we went to my office. The National Commissioner called. Then he said that there's a certain investigating officer who is experiencing some resistance in the building. Then I said, who is that investigating officer? Then the National Commissioner said, no, General, we just need some photos. Then I said, General, who is the investigating officer? So when he mentioned the photos, I recall now is Brigadier Kunen. I just reminded General, said, General, now the National Commission, I think you are mentioning Brigadier Kunen. He is the one I had an engagement earlier with pertaining to photos. But now they're saying you must give, I called General Sibia, and then he said he inquired from Madlanga Commission that permission must be granted, you must authorize. Then the National Commissioner said, it's fine, General, I will authorize that one. But it never came to authorize that photos can be taken. So Brigadier Kunene, photos were never taken. I even gave feedback to General Mangale.
and General, are you aware that at this point, General Mkwanazi had opened a defeating the ends of justice case for the manner in which the dockets were taken?
I was not aware. I was not aware, Commissioners, that there was a docket opened by General Mkwanazi.
Thank you, General. And then you then speak about the investigation that was conducted by Lieutenant General Patekile. Can you also summarize then what happened there, your interactions there with the General?
Commissioner, I was called by General Patekile, the Provincial Commissioner of Western Cape. It was on the President made the proclamation on the 13th.
It was on the 21st of July when you got the call.
21st. No, I was just adding 7 days to that proclamation of the President to get the exact date. It was on the 21st of July.
Yes.
I was called by General Patekile in the evening on Sunday, and then he said that he want to see me on Monday at the college. Then I said, pertaining to what? He said, pertaining to the 121 dockets. He's been appointed by the National Commissioner to conduct the investigation. Then he wanted to know actually what is happening with those 121, how did they come? Then I gave him the whole story, the way I put it in my statement here. And then he said, okay, we'll discuss at length tomorrow. Then I said I will come. Then he told me that he's coming with a team of 5. Then I also told him I will come with my team, meaning Brigadier Khoboitata, Colonel Nguli, and Colonel Mashili. And we went to the college. We waited for them. Then he came around 1 o'clock. He was with the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, his Deputy Crime Detection, General Makashalala, together with Brigadier Truta.
I think you pronounced it correctly, but the writing there is wrong. The X should be a Q. General Makashalala, not Makashalala.
Or not
The
X.
The X should be a Q,
Commissioner will rectify.
but you pronounced it correctly.
Thanks, Commissioner. And then they came with Brigadier Truta, the Provincial Head Legal Service. And then General particularly explained the purpose to all of us, the 4 of us. And from there, to know actually what's happening with this 121 dockets. He start, then I advised him to start first with Brigadier Khoboitata because he's the one who collected the docket with Colonel Nguli. Then he explained, then later it was myself. I explained exactly what transpired and the way I put it in the statement that docket were brought to General Kumalo, General Sintumula arranged the collection, came to our office, conducted inspections, the reports. I even gave him this matrix, this thick inspection. We made copies for himself, General Makashalala, together with Brigadier Truta. And then later, I wanted to know when he said he was investigating. Then I said, General, you say you are investigating. What are you investigating, actually? Then he said, Motsepe, you know what, after this, whatever you told me, you must depose statement to me. Then we want to see whether there was no defeating the ends of justice. Then I even asked him, who's defeating here? Myself, Brigadier Khoboitata, General Sintumula, General Kumalo. Then he said, no, I won't mention who's defeating. I'm going to make a report to the National Commissioner. It's up to him with my recommendation. Then if he agrees, then the recommendation, then there will be a defeating. So during that time, I don't know, actually the defeating was against you. I was never consulted later as a suspect or somebody who's involved in the defeating of dockets of this 121 dockets. Then we finished statements on the 24th. Then I gave General particularly my statement.
And then, General, you note that on the day you deposed to the statement, you also received notification from the National Commissioner that the funding approval was denied.
Commissioners, that's true. The National Commissioner didn't approve on the 22nd. Then the file was brought to my attention on the 24th that the National Commissioner didn't approve.
What reason did the National Commissioner give for not approving the funding request?
The National Commissioner, if I can just say without reading it, he mentioned that the PKTT is already budgeted. And then what are the dockets doing here at the national office? And then the docket must go to the station of origin as agreed. Then me, I don't know where does this agreed comes from. Maybe they've discussed it before that through the amendment. Actually, the docket must go to the station of origin as they agreed in their executive management meetings. But he wrote it in that way that docket must go back to the station of origin as agreed.
General, page 21 of MCM4, just to be fair to you.
MCM4.
MCM4, page 21. Your recollection was spot on, but just to be fair to you, you were referring to what is written there by the National Commission.
Yes, commissioners, I was referring. Must I read it? Okay, commissioners. The National Commissioner didn't approve. Then he cited the following reasons. We can't spend double on the same function. Political killing tax team is there already doing the functions. Why are dockets at HQ? As it was agreed that some dockets from the team be returned to station of origin.
And then, General, to complete then your team's possession of the dockets, you talk about what you hear from Major General Mohale on the 25th of August about the return of the dockets to KZN. Can you briefly address that?
Okay, thanks, Advocate. Commissioners, on the 25th of August, we were preparing ourselves to attend an Interpol conference in Cape Town. I was approached by Major General Mohan. He's one of the component head with myself at the division. He's responsible for crime investigations, the so-called general crime. Then he's presently the acting divisional commissioner because General Sintumula is acting Deputy National Commissioner for General CBI. Then he informed me that there was a virtual meeting between himself and General Mkwanasi. And then I must make available a brigadier pertaining to the taking back the dockets to KZN. Then I said, I don't have a brigadier. Khopotata was on leave because Brigadier Khopotata is the one who started the collection. Then actually he was supposed to be the one who attend when they are taken back to KZN. Then I proposed I will give him 2 colonels, the one who were also involved with the docket. Is Colonel Mguli and Colonel Mashile. And then he said that the meeting will be tomorrow. They confirmed the meeting will be tomorrow on the 26th. Then on the 26th, the meeting did take place. And then when myself I was departing to the airport, he came to my office. Then he said, General, yes, we did attend the meeting. It's confirmed the docket must go back to KZN. Did you make copies of the dockets? Then I said, no, we didn't, but we were thinking of making copies, but we have never made copies, but it's not a problem. I will arrange before I leave that copies are made. I called Colonel Mguli and then inform also Colonel Mashile that they must ensure that these docket copies are taken and then to be handed over. The arrangement was they must be arranged. The arrangement was made that they must be handed to one of the PKTT commanders at the college. I understand it was Lieutenant Colonel Kumalo. So I left for Cape Town, and then whilst I was there, I keep in touch with them just to check whether how far are they with making the copies. They completed, and then the dockets were handed over, and then they were taken back to KZN. In charge the same as they were taken from crime intelligence by the Brigadier Khopotata and General Sintumule, and they were taken back to KZN on the 28th of August.
Now, can you just assist the Commission with this from 28 March 2025 until the 27th of August 2025? Are there entries in any of those dockets that the investigation was progressed further? In other words, there was progress from when the dockets were first taken to when they were returned to KZN?
Commissioners, in the diaries, the entries which was done was of the inspecting team when they were inspecting, just alluding maybe like Section 5 to be obtained, witnesses, but there were no entries of investigation, as no investigation did take place.
So it
The-
was the audit, basically. The only entries were that an audit has
The one
taken
of the inspection,
place,
yes.
and these are the shortcomings that were
Yes.
picked up.
Yes,
But the murder cases themselves were not investigated.
only those two of, the one of Eastern Cape, the attempted and a murder was taken by Colonel Kenan and Mapet whilst they were in Eastern Cape. Is the only docket where they wrote their investigation, what they have done so far with that limited time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioners.
And General, do you know that in that docket, the Eastern Cape one, the investigators had only gotten an opportunity to introduce themselves to the family and to the previous investigating officers?
Commissioners, I'm aware. If I can elaborate further, they even went further to, I think it's 3 station, where the investigating officers who were investigating this docket, they were killed, 3 of them. So they went to those stations. I forgot the stations, but they are mentioned in the dockets because of the information where Colonel Odendal was pursuing. We were supposed to get statement from those 3 investigators who were conversant with this murder of Namka, only to find that when they were busy with investigations, they were killed. So these 2 colonels, they went to those stations to collect the murders of those deceased investigating officers, to investigate together with this one of Namka, because they were killed because of, they do have first-hand information of who killed the deceased.
Were these the original investigators before the docket was handed over to PKTT?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Commissioner, let me rectify. The original was Colonel Odendal. He knew about these 3 investigators who were killed. So there are 3 murder cases in Eastern Cape, where now the new investigating officer, Advocate Power, was just saying to bring to the attention of the commissioners that in the docket of Namka, there's only an entry which introduced themselves to the sister of the deceased. Now I'm alluding further that even though maybe it's not written in the docket, they went as far as to those 3 stations to collect those 3 dockets, because those 3 dockets where investigating officers were killed were supposed to be investigated together with this main docket of Namka.
Maybe let me ask the question differently. The 3 investigators that were killed were not PKTT investigators?
No, they were not.
Thank you.
They were not.
General, and then now we are going to move to the last topic of your statement, and that's the leaked audit report to the Sunday World. So there you start with the call that you received from Brigadier Mate, alerting you to an article that would be published. Can you explain what happened there and your response to Brigadier Mate?
Commissioners, actually the call was made on the 16th, not the 17th. Brigadier Mate called me on the 16th. Brigadier Mate is the spokeswoman of our National Commissioner General, Masemola. She called me that a journalist by the name of Situmo from Sunday World, he needs some input pertaining to 121 dockets. Then I said to Brigadier Mate, I don't have any input because I don't report to the General Situmo. And then I don't see any need to input to him about this 121 dockets. And then he sensitized to me that it seems the following day on the 17th August, which is Sunday, it seems there's a leak report of my report to them, and they're going to publish. That is why they wanted some inputs to me. Then I said that the report from myself, I didn't give the report to any newspaper or media or any journalist. I don't know what's happening. Then Sunday, Brigadier Martin called me. Then he said he even sent the article via the WhatsApp to my phone, WhatsApp. I went through it. Then I asked her, how come, what's happening here? Then he said, hey, General, I don't know. Then she asked me, who did you give this report? I said, the only person whom I gave is General Sibia. I gave him not electronic card, it was a printout. Then immediately I phoned General Sibia. I said, General, I gave him the whole story. That General Brigadier Mati called me on Saturday. Then here's the newspaper clip now. Then he said, let me go and get the newspaper. So around 11, he called me. He said, yes, I see the leak, I see the newspaper. Then I said, how come that report appears in the Sunday World? Then he said, he also don't know. Then I said, you are the only person whom I gave. Did you share it with somebody else? Maybe that person is the one who leaked this in the newspaper. Then he was adamant that he never shared this report with anyone.
And then it was quiet about this leaked report for a while until you received a call from the National Commission on the 15th of September. That's at paragraph 53 of your statement. What was your interaction there with the National Commissioner?
Commissioners, on the 15th of September, I did receive a call from the National Commission inquiry about the report. I even said, General, you know now about this report? It was most 17 August. Didn't Brigadier Mate brought it to your attention? Because initially, when we were engaging with Mate about, I even asked her, didn't you bring this to the attention of the National Commissioner? She said, I did send the National Commissioner, but he never responded because maybe he was busy. That's why he never gave me the response to inquire further from you. And then the National Commissioner asked me about this report. Then I explained to him, I'm aware I was brought to this leak by Brigadier Mate on the 16th of August. It's already a month now. Then the National Commissioner said that, do I have a report with me? Then I said, yes, General, I will check. I think I still have that report. Then on the 16th, I was attending a management meeting which was chaired by General Sintumule when I received the call from the National Commissioner. He was waiting for that report. I explained to the National Commissioner that I've tasked my secretaries just to check in the system so that we can bring. But they said that it seems when they were typing, they didn't save it. Then I said, okay, I will excuse myself from this meeting and go and look for that report in my office on the table. Then whilst we were engaging with the National Commissioner, he said that, am I aware that now I'm the star witness that General Sivia leaked the report? Then I said, General, I'm not the star witness of the leakage. I'm the witness that I gave General Sivia this report. He's the only person. I gave him in a print form. I didn't send it electronically. Then before I left, excusing myself, I told General Sintumule. Then she said that they were discussing this matter a previous week they were in Cape Town. Actually, she also advised the National Commissioner that they must conduct an investigation on how did this report leak into the Sunday World.
So you're saying you did not type the report yourself?
I couldn't get that, Commissioner.
You are saying you did not type the report yourself?
No, it was not typed.
Your PA typed it?
Yes, my secretary.
So actually then it was not just you and General Sibia who had access to the report. It was you, your PA, and General Sibia.
Yes, Commissioners. Maybe if I can explain my PA. When we were busy typing this report, The one which I put that I dispute what General Mukwanasi said. My PA sent it to the office of General Sibia, the secretary there, because we were busy with this report. Then I called my office, just sent it to General Sibia's office. Then that secretary that side put only, infused that paragraph which said that I dispute what General Mukwanasi was saying. So now from there, I got the copy, I gave the copy to General Sibia. So when a national commissioner was requesting a copy, that's the copy which I was saving. And then from that meeting from General Sintumule, I went to the national commissioner, then I gave him that copy. So what commissioner is asking is true. The person who typed, it was electronic, but it was printed copy to General Sibi, and the other copy, I did have another copy.
Thank you, General.
So in fact, General, your PA and General Sibia's PA had access electronically to this report that ends up with the newspaper.
Yes, but I asked them about the leakage. They were also amazed. They said, General, they can investigate, they can take our gadget. Mine also, I'm saying, can be taken. It can show that I didn't send the report to the Sunday World.
Thank you, General.
So any one of the four of you could have read
Yes, could have.
It's actually any one of the three, because your family say it's not you. So it's either the two PAs or General Sibia. If we accept you saying you did not.
The general
Yes,
has already
me, I didn't.
agreed. The general has already agreed to the
No,
possibility of any one of the four of you.
No, Commissioner, but just to affirm or confirm that I didn't leak.
Thank you,
That
thank you,
one is for
General.
sure.
Thank you, Commissioners. And then at paragraph 56, you confirmed that you did hand over the physical copy that you had to the National Commissioner.
Yes, I did give to the National Commissioner, and then the Commissioner wanted to know why is it not signed. Then I said it was just a draft, sort of executive summary. I was discussing with General Sibia so that they must give me further directive to that one.
And then to conclude, General, in paragraph 57, you clarify your position as regards to the 121 dockets. Do you want to read that into the record?
Commissioners, yes, I concluded by saying the docket were not gathering dust, and by saying that an audit was conducted and the dockets would have been investigated once funding was approved. I had no involvement in the disbandment of the PKTT, nor did I have any involvement in the handing over process. Once the dockets were under me, I, of my own accord, tasked my team to conduct an audit, and if funding had been approved, the dockets would have been investigated.
Thank you, General. Unless there's anything else you'd like to say, that concludes your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Commissioners.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m. Let's adjourn.
as the other commanders of MAJOC, which is our mission area center, got promoted, left the PKTT. I was then appointed as the MAJOC commander. And in 2025, I left the PKTT and I moved to head office. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So you were with the PKTT from its inception until this year, is that right?
That is true, commissioners.
So you're intimately familiar with the work of the PKTT?
That is true.
And you've held, if I can put it this way, leadership positions within the PKTT as the TACJOC commander and then the MAJOC commander?
Yes, from the onset, I was at a leadership position as I led the tactical team, which is our combat team. Thereafter, I got obviously moved to other positions, as I alluded earlier on.
Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel, you start the main section of your statement by describing the nature of the dockets that the PKTT handled. And particularly from paragraph 3 to 7, you describe that. And there are several reasons. Can you please take the Commission to why you feel it necessary to explain this? And what is different about the dockets that are handled by the PKTT?
Okay. Perhaps I should first start by explaining the approach that was or that is applied by the PKTT. The moment we all came together, the approach was firmly explained and emphasized on us that there's a 5-pillar approach, of which I was familiar with it because prior me joining the PKTT, I was deployed at Hluhluwe, whereby the same approach was applied on the rhino poaching project, which was one of the successful projects, if one can say that it yielded good and excellent results. Therefore, arriving at PKTT, it was a continuous investigation that one can say in terms of the methodology, one understood very well. Therefore, the pillar approach consists of 5 pillars, which is pillar 1, that was for intelligence gathering and analysis. Pillar 2, which was your proactive approach, mainly to prevent crime from happening. Pillar 3 was combat approach. That's where you find your tactical teams continuously having your density operation, visible policing, and so forth. And then pillar 4, which is reaction. That's where mostly you get, obviously the crime already has been committed. Therefore, all the other disciplines come together and try and investigate what actually happened. And then the last pillar, which is pillar 5, was the communication and liaison. The team was then allocated these dockets. And maybe one should say that moving forward, I will fast forward to 2024. Financial cycle of 2023 to 2024, a financial authority was approved, whereby a call-up instruction made preference of 102 members, but only 98 arrived. And from there, the team continued to work well because all the disciplines were capacitated. And fast forwarding, then when you look at the team, you try, because the project is mainly investigation driven with analysis. And each tag job then will be allocated a number of disciplines. Normally a tag job will consist of 4 detectives and supported by other discipline and so forth. At maximum, it will be 6, but most of the time, 4 members. And then based on...
Pause you there, just for clarity. Are you saying then every docket would have 4 to 6 members of the PKTT working on it?
No. Each tag job has 4 detective members. These 4 detective members will be divided into 2 teams. It will be 2 teams of detectives, 2 members of combat, and the other team. Therefore, a tag job will have 2 teams consisting of 4 detectives. And then it will then have all the other discipline in terms of LCRC, ballistic, call data analyst, operational analyst, and so forth, in order to support the detectives. And your obviously crime intelligence and information members from either national intervention or your POP, because they've got such capacity. Fast forwarding, the team was then allocated with different cases, of which we categorized them in 4 categories. One, it was, we call them main cases, which were politically related. And second batch, we call them parallel cases. Parallel cases is cases that were linking in any sort of linkage to the main case. Therefore, that docket will come to us on our request. Then we'll have ad hoc dockets. Those were the self-generated cases by the team, whereby whenever the information guys receive information about illegal firearms, or members are driving off the combat and they come across something, they will then search and obviously recover firearm in that case, because firearms are found by us. We've got the capacity of the detectives, then we will take over that particular ad hoc case. One should also stress that because majority of the political related cases, a tool that is commonly used is a firearm. And we did recover a lot of firearms that are linked to the cases, but there is still some of them that are still outstanding. Therefore, doing this ad hoc operation, intelligence-driven operation, it's part and parcel of policing. Therefore, it was relevant for us to seek for such firearms. And then last batch of cases, then it was traditional leaders cases, which were allocated to us last year, April, on an instruction of high authorities.
So that was when your mandate was extended as a PKTT, April 2024, to include traditional leader killings.
Indeed,
Now,
Commissioners.
the question I asked, and it was with reference to your statement, paragraph 47, is what about these matters do you say made it complex?
Okay.
What are the reasons you say so?
There is 5 points that I would like to deduct from my statement, Commissioners. If we look at paragraph 4, I would like to single out a sentence where I say these particular cases true orchestrator of these assassinations remain concealed. I'm saying that based on the fact that there is huge money involved or invested for the perpetrators not to be located or arrested. By who? By the hit orders. Therefore, suspect will or hitman coordinator, whoever you call him, as per our organogram, will try by all means to evade the arrest. They will go and even live a normal life of hiding for years. And one will make example as I continue with my testimony. Secondly, the hit orderers, they go as far as paying the hitmen in order for them not to implicate them. There's instances whereby we are able to detect that the hitmen can't afford a certain attorney, and you will find that the hit orderer then pay the legal fees of the suspect if the accused is being arrested, and taking care of the family, so long as he is still under custody. The worst one is when these hit orderers start to threaten the witnesses. And most of the time you find the witnesses recanting from the original statement that they submitted. Or you go and you get bystanders and they will tell you straight, I didn't see anything, because they fear for their life. The second point that I wanted to point is at some instances you will find that the motive of killing of these victims is frequently intersect with other criminal offenses. Commissioners, in this point, I'm actually highlighting the fact that sometimes you'll find that the motive after we investigate, because first thing first that we try to do is to determine what is the motive. Why is victim killed? Because that is going to answer and give you clues going forward with your investigation. One then saw that at some instances you find someone is a politician, but at the same time is a taxi owner. Therefore, as investigation unveil, you'll find that the motive is not politically related, but taxi-related violence. But now one asks, why then are you investigating this case? There's a criteria that was approved on which cases, if we say this is a politically related cases, you investigate. One, if a member is a card-carrying member of, official card-carrying member of a political party, a former card-carrying member of a political party, a municipality official official bearer, all those people, they fall under the category of saying these are politicians, these are people that the PKTT should investigate their cases. Therefore, the fact that the motive is not talking to the political related, it bears no reason for the team not to investigate. The bottom line is that the victim is a political affiliated member. That's one. Two, one of the investigation that we picked up during the traditional leaders cases, we realized that most of the Inkosis, Ndunas, and Isolenkosi will get involved in criminal activities. There's criminal activities that you find that there is livestock stolen or forcefully taken from their lawful owners. Daylight, you find people coming and opening the kraal and take your livestock. And that is called in the northern KZN, called iskepe. That's how they term it. Why they came with that, it's only them that knows, but they take your livestock daylight. And the other reason, you find that there's issues of land dispute. And you find that the induna is selling land, but then through someone, and that particular person, before he sell the land to individuals, he will put his interest, and then A goes to induna and say, but then you said this land is so much, and your 2IC sold it to me for so much, and that then starts to create conflict and results in death. The third point, one should stress, commissioners, that the dockets that have been allocated to PKTT is dockets that have already, especially the political related ones, already been open and registered from the police station, respective police station. PKTT was covering the whole of KwaZulu-Natal policing or province. And one then asked, how do you get this particular docket to PKTT? There was a process that was tabled and agreed upon. Immediately when the docket is open and registered, and the station feels that this is politically, because they will be the first respondents, they feel this is politically related, or the person is a politician or an office bearer of a municipality, they will then transfer the docket to the district commissioner. The district commissioner will transfer this particular docket to the provincial head, and then the provincial head, the docket is transferred to the deputy provincial commissioner crime detection, who then will liaise with the PKTT. At the PKTT, we had one person that we nominated as the Nadal Point branch, the tactical commander for detective, which is our branch commander, who will be the one that goes and collect the dockets, sign for them, come with them, sit down with the docket, and then we start analyzing the docket. But these dockets, I must say that sometimes you'll find the oldest docket of 2016. Therefore, if you get a docket of 2016 in 2019, sometimes 2020, there's quite a lot of information or evidence that has already been tampered with. There's quite a lot of hands that dealt with that docket. Therefore, to sit down with is and we start unpacking the docket, it's very difficult. I should maybe also mention that that's where you'll find that when you go back and try and interview the witnesses and see if whatever they said 2-3 years back, they will be consistent with that. And witness will tell you that I've lost interest. I don't want to continue with that. And that makes our job difficult. But despite that, we continue persuading because our aim is to solve the matters. And then the fourth point, commissioners.
Now in paragraph 6.
I think yes, I've covered that. And then I will move to point number 5, which is the last point, whereby I want to emphasize that the significant risk associated with this investigation. One should mention that the hitmen used in these killings sometimes are sourced out from taxi industries, from security companies, and so forth. Because I recall at some point, General Kumalo made an example of a certain firearm that was sliced, and the firearm belonged to a certain municipality, and municipalities, because they had securities that was guarding the premises and so forth. Therefore, there's firearms that we took and others linked and so forth from security companies. And secondly, you find that the hit orderers, it's people that are financially mastered. And it's easy for them to buy anyone in order for them not to come forth and give evidence against them. Hitmen, sometimes they take fall on behalf of the hit orderers in order to protect. And lastly, the chain of this organogram is long. For instance, you will get hit order. Sometimes it's not one hit order, they are together, 2 or 3, because they've got one common objective. You get a coordinator. Coordinator can be divided into 2. Coordinator that knows the hitman, coordinator that will deal with resources, because sometimes hitmen, they don't come with resources. They tell you that for me to execute this job, you need to give me firearms. You need to get me vehicles. And others will say, I come with my firearms, but whatever that you charge me will be double. It's a profession to them. That's what we are trying to dismantle as PKTT. And you also get spotters, people that will spot the victim, where he goes, what time, what vehicle is he driving, who is he traveling with. It's not a once-off thing. The operation can take 2 a month up until they get the movement of the victim in accordance to time and so forth. Then you will get your driver, person that is only hired to drive. Make sure that after the shooting, you just drive. Then you get your hitman. Therefore, that's how we crafted our organogram as we continue with investigating these cases, that this is how and the patterns of these killings happening. I think I've...
And finally, you say in paragraph 6, the final reason you talk about the complicated nature of these cases and these dockets is the threat to the investigating officers. Do you want to say something about that?
Yes, commissioners. Sometimes you find that the same people which wanted or ensured that the victim is no more or is being assassinated, if they see that the team is closing to them, they will then try and come for the investigator. If not, the docket, because they know that if we up with the docket, there won't be evidence to link us. If we kept or we ensure that we take the investigator, then we are certain that we are safe. Therefore, that's when then we then decided that combat needs to be with the team. And that is going to assist in protecting the investigators, including the docket, that you safeguard this docket, you safeguard the investigators. Nothing happens to these two item and a human being.
The docket and the investigator.
An investigator.
And you've had experience of the team being ambushed in the past?
Indeed. Perhaps people might even think that why using National Intervention Unit, because they are highly trained? Why using Tactical Response Team, because they are highly trained? They could go out there and fight the crime. Whatever that they are doing in PKTT, they are fighting the crime. In the past 7 years that I've been with the PKTT, we have experienced 3 attacks. But in those 3 attacks, I thank God even today that there were no casualties. The first one happened in 2019 when our team was traveling from southern side of the KZN, where they were investigating politically related cases, and they came under fire at night. They were able to survive that, even though 2 of them, they were shot, but at the lower part of their bodies. The second one and the third, they happened actually in the same month. This was in 2022, December. The first one happened in Phoenix. The team was busy with the observation, and shockingly so, the victim in this followed the team up until the team reached a garage. And when they were at the garage, the victim started opening fire on our members. It was 4 members of the PKTT. And luckily, they managed to neutralize the victim, which is normal. The third incident, on that one as well, 2 of our members, 3 members were shot, but luckily no fatalities. On the third one, which is a bizarre one, the team was busy with investigation at Msinga, and as they left the police station, going up the mountains of Msinga, a vehicle started following them, and they could see that this vehicle is following them. And they accelerated, but the vehicle continued to accelerate up until they arrived at a certain point, and the passenger drew a firearm, a pistol, and started shooting at the members. Members were able to return fire, and 2 of them were shot, but then not fatally. One inference that could be drawn, and it's a proven fact, is that on all 3 attacks, commissioners, a hand of a police officer was detected. The matter of 2019, there was an R5 that was used. R5 is carried or allocated to police SAPS. And then on the other 2, definitely the member that shot our PKT members at Phoenix, he was a member of SAPS. On the one of Msinga, which I said bizarre, the driver of the suspect vehicle was a police officer. The passenger was a member of the public. And that's the member of the public that actually drew a firearm and shot at our members. And then when we conducted the investigation, the firearm he shot us with, it's a police firearm. That means a police officer handed the firearm to a member of the public. Say, shoot them. So out of all this, because of combat being part and parcel of the team, we were able to win that particular attacks. So far, we know that police are being attacked and police are dying. Maybe one should make an example of detectives that were traveling with a suspect in Gauteng, and I think it's 2-3 months back. And then the particular suspect from court, how he managed to get the firearm and shoot and kill the 2 police officers, we don't know. But then for us to have a combat, we try by all means to avoid such. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, so very high risk involved in the dockets that the PKTT investigates, is what you're saying?
Very high, and the attacks come in different ways. And there's quite high profile firearms that are being used. The teams are traveling far, wherever they are based. Sometimes they travel about 500 kilometers to a particular crime scene and back. Therefore, you can imagine all type of terrains they are coming, driving through, and the exhaustions and all that. And that. And we made it a clear point that combat, you don't drive, so that you can always be alert on the road.
Okay, thank you. All right, so, and
Can I just ask, Colonel, this which you are describing, the risk that confronts the PKTT
Yes, Commissioner.
investigators, is it something that is unique to the PKTT because of the way in which you work and the kind of cases that you handle? That's the one possibility. And the other is that even those detectives who do, in KZN, who do murder and robbery, which is not political killings, for example, may well face the same risk on a daily basis as they go about doing their work. But which one is it?
I will talk mainly on PKTT because I haven't been in murder and robbery and so. PKTT, one knows that most of the time you find that there's political element involved. And therefore, I don't think there's any politician that will want to allow his career go down the drain easily. Therefore, to deal with this PKTT all the way out of his way, and you know that he save his career, will be the business of the day. And they know very well that whenever PKTT deals with a certain docket, they don't let go up until they get to the bottom of it. Therefore, in essence, they will try everything in their powers in order to protect themselves from a distance. Because others, it's scary tactics that when we do this, they might not come for us. Therefore, I wouldn't say much or dwell much on the serious and violent crime if there is such attacks on them. But then looking at the statistics of how the police are being attacked, one can't rule that out as well. Thank you, Commissioner.
So it's not unique to the PKTT, but you're speaking about the specific experience of the PKTT.
Indeed, Commissioners.
Okay, so you then deal with the issue, you talk about multidisciplinary approach to investigations, but I think you've already explained that
Yes.
at the outset of your evidence. Can we rather go to paragraph 9, where you speak more practically about the way in which the team investigates? Can you summarize paragraph 9 for the commissioners?
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. First and foremost, as I alluded that the cases, sometimes you find that they are old cases. The moment we get the docket, we sit down with all disciplines, all pillars. We sometimes, or as I remember at some point, the project coordinator, then Lieutenant General Kumalo, will call it Isambonyani, meaning we come together. Here is a cow head, and let's see how we enjoy it. We will take statement by statement and analyze it thoroughly. We look at all angles. You take a statement, you've got your call data analyst, you're sitting with your operational analyst, you're sitting with your digital forensic investigator, which is the DFI, you're sitting with your DFO, designated firearm officer, and including then myself, which is combat commander, because at the end of the day, I'm a police officer. I might see things that they don't see. Therefore, we will look at all the statements. If there is things like your call data, vehicle tracker, you sit with statement, you sit with call data, you see what is this person saying versus the call data. Do the two corroborate each other? You're sitting next to the statement, there is a vehicle, a tracker vehicle. Then you look at it, this person says, on the 25th of January, he was in Pretoria. But the tracker is actually placing him in KwaZulu-Natal. Is this person telling us the truth or not? Let's check who was driving the vehicle on the day. You take the call data and you check the call data based on the vehicle, based on what is saying in the statement. And these three needs to talk the same language. We follow on exhibits. Where is the exhibit? They were collected, they were submitted at, be it ballistic, at lab, at question documents, and so forth, or scientific. All these disciplines will sit, and we then see how are we going to solve this case. During that process, commissioners, we have projected, because the nice thing, as I said in Tlogo Yenkomo, you have projected. we're projecting this statement. Whatever that tasking we're generating out of that, it's typed. It's also shown on the screen. Therefore, each and everything that we are doing is going to be followed through via our weekly or daily activities, which we call them the taskings. Therefore, all the capabilities of the PKTT sitting together are able to generate taskings, and follow-ups will be done. What was important is that we then created what we call past 24 hours and next 24 hours. If we give you a tasking today in the morning, we expect to within 24 hours we will get the feedback of such. And that feedback at the TAGJOC, you have same structure with TAGJOC commander, branch commander, detective, analyst, and so forth. They go and implement what we discussed at MAJOC level together. And every morning they send those taskings to MAJOC. MAJOC sits, and then we monitor. We have groups where we check. If we see that what we agreed upon that you go and meet B, why are you starting with A? We said start with B because we picked up that there is some element that were not included on B statement. Put A on standby, go to B first. So all that helped in ensuring that our investigation flows.
So practically what you've described now and in your paragraph 9 is this teamwork approach to the investigations. That seems to be quite a central theme. Is all of the different experts coming together to detect and investigate. Am I right on that? Indeed,
Commissioners, that assisted a lot because bringing together all these experts were able, because whenever a tasking that comes up for a certain discipline, that particular member that knows that I need to run with this and be able to account the following day.
So you paint a picture that's quite impressive. Are there never delays in the investigation of these dockets?
Our monitoring tool of the daily tasking compels you to comply with the instruction, because when you are giving a tasking, it's sort of an instruction that go obtain 1, 2, 3. Commissioners, I must say that sometimes it will be difficult because you find that the members are sitting at court because the matter that they are attending, there's a court appearance. Immediately after that, those members, they are not going back to TAGJOC. They must continue with the case that is under investigation. And to secure appointments and so forth, other people will tell you that it's 1,600 hours. I'm not there and all that. But to me, as a commander sitting there, I'll tell you that I want my statement. How you get it? See to it. I've given you resources. I've given you a vehicle. I'm protecting you. I've gave you tasking. I want the feedback. Therefore, turnaround time was of importance to us because we knew that PKT is not a permanent structure. Therefore, we need to work with speed in each and every docket we're dealing with. We have limited detectives with plus 300 politically related cases. Therefore, at some point, we were giving ourselves 2-3 weeks, if not a month, to finalize a case so that it can move from under investigation to court going. And I must say, at a later stage, I will give example of such, that particular instruction was attained as cases were investigated. There's a case that was investigated within 7 days. And that the following Monday, it was at court. that shows the dedication and the instrumental part of having all the disciplines sitting together. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. So if we can go to paragraph 11, and particularly the last sentence of paragraph 11, you talk about the prosecutor-guided investigations, or these sessions, these PGI sessions that you'd hold. And you refer to verbal instructions. Can you just explain for the Commission how that works, how it would be that there would be verbal instructions on a docket from the prosecutors? So it's your last sentence in paragraph 11. The last two sentences, pardon me.
Paragraph 11. Okay, no, thank you, Commissioners. As our approach also involved other departments and its prosecutional analysis-led investigation, time and again, because I recall very well that at some point we will have a month, almost every month we will have a PGI. PGI is prosecutional guided investigation, whereby team will sit together with the prosecutors that are dedicated, because we were given serious and violence crime prosecutors that were dealing with us. And during our sessions, they will guide and give advice on how to go with the investigation. And some of the tasking will obviously be put on the slide, our tasking slide, and others, the prosecutors will tell us, or sometimes you find that the teams, after we have met and given the report on a new case that it was allocated to the PKTT, when the investigation is almost complete, we will go and brief the prosecutors. And the prosecutors will look and give guidance there and there. After that, the prosecutor and the TAC job commanders will then time and again interact. And that's where sometimes you find that the prosecutors will give verbal instruction to the team that go and obtain this statement. And when you have obtained it, let me know. If possible, give me a summary of the statement. Sometimes prosecutors will make comments on the docket, or after we have had our PGI, they will request for those particular dockets that we brief them on, so that the leader of the team that is dedicated to us will go and read the docket so that he can be able to then allocate them to the prosecutors that are relevant to the cases.
And you say these sessions with the prosecutors, or I suppose even what you were describing before, where the team sits to analyze a docket.
Yes.
That would not be written into the investigation diary, the C-clip or the SAP-5.
Maybe one should, commissioners, put this out, that a docket is divided in sections. You've got a cover docket, you've got the A-clip, the B-clip, and the C-clip. Where the senior counsel is referring to as SAP-5, it's attached on the C-clip. That's where you write the activities of what is happening on the docket. That, it's mainly an investigator's space. The investigator, branch commander, and sometimes a commander, they are the ones who are writing there, and the prosecutor. Because the moment the docket goes to the prosecutor, he needs to endorse if he wants to, if he will give instruction, or he will write the email to the team. The moment the docket goes to court, after court, the prosecutor, if he's having some queries, he will write those queries, it comes back, or he's there at court with the investigator, he will give those directives. There's no way that a call data analyst, for instance, can take that and write on the SAP-5. There's no way that an LCRC member can take that docket and write on the SAP-5.
What's LCRC?
LCRC, it's a local record criminal center. This is a system that is used to save the evidence that is found at a crime scene for easy reference, or in case if this docket, for instance, if it can go to another team, a particular IO will just go into the system and be able to get.
Let me pause you there. I really just wanted you to define LCRC for the commissioners, but I'd interrupted you. You were saying that it would be only the investigating officer
Yes,
that makes entries into the
SAP-5.
SCP-5.
Yes.
So other investigation, well, I don't even know if you'd call it, you can tell me, other work that's done by analysts, other investigative work, would not necessarily be recorded in the C-clip.
It will not be reported, but then from the methodologies that we applied, we will have our own tasking list.
You have
which
a
were,
specific-
yes, that are on the site.
Yes. Okay, so
So if I have only the docket,
Yes.
are you saying in the docket, I will not get information about your forensic analysts? It won't tell me what work they have done or they are doing. The same with your ballistic expert. Will that not be in the docket itself?
No, Commissioner. The information will be on the docket, but who will have written that information is the detective, not an analyst or an expert.
But effectively, there's a lag, LAG, not LEG,
Yes.
between your taskings, the progress you are making in terms of those taskings, and what's contained in the docket. The result of the taskings, of course, will, I assume, eventually get into the docket, or find its way into the docket.
In our instance,
Yes.
others are there, others you'll find that they are not there, but there is those records that are kept in our archives on the tasking list. Thank you, Commissioner.
But what I think the chair is asking you is that there'd be a lag, there'd be a space of time between the activities and the taskings that result in something concrete that goes into the docket.
No, definitely, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So now, that all, again, to me, sounds quite complex, and it sounds like these dockets would have, so it's a combination of what's physically in the dockets, but also what's in the minds of the investigator and in the PKTT, et cetera.
Yes.
What does that mean for the way in which the dockets are transferred? And if we could now start heading towards that part of your evidence, the handover of dockets. What you've just described, what does it mean for the way in which the dockets must be transferred?
I think in that way, Commissioners, if the process is being given enough time, ample time, the receiver will get full information. In this sense, the PKTT IOs will definitely draw all the taskings and compare them with the SAP-5 if the SAP-5 it's updated. If not, they can make copies of such, attach them on the SAP-5. It will also be imperative for the handing, during the handing over, that the other party be present and have ample time to go through the docket and get full explanation on why there is this statement on the A clip, whereas it's not index on the C-clip. That explanation can be there. But in this instance, with PKTT, one must say that the handing over was messy.
Before we start the handover, I just want to ask you, as a member of the PKTT for 7 years, what was the impact of the decision of 31st December 2024 on the members of the PKTT? Were you informed? Were you aware that it was coming? Were you informed beforehand, or were you informed afterwards? How did you come to learn of it? The
31st of December one is thinking of family, of having good time and so forth. We never had such luxury anyway in PKTT. We were working. When we came across the letter on social media, I think from the 98 members then that were with the team, all of them were accessing or having accessible access to the social media. Neither of them was at the age whereby he'll say, no, I'm not a social media person. Therefore, commissioners, it struck everyone it was like a lightning. And me, as the major commander, I was receiving all these phone calls. And first thing first that came into my mind is how I'm going to address these members. Because this says with immediate effect. It's the 31st of December. We have already submitted the financial documents for January. And there comes this letter. And I first took a phone and phoned the project coordinator, because one of my roles as the major commander was to liaise, be a liaising officer between the team, the project coordinator, which is General Khumalo, and obviously accounting at the same time to the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkonazi. But my immediate commander then, it was Lieutenant General Khumalo as the project coordinator. I phoned him and I said, Mphathi, ngibone enye into la. Kwenze njani? And he said, Khumalo, I'm sure guys you are shocked, but address the members and tell them that we are dealing with this matter. We don't know how this letter come about, because there was no official communication with us. We perhaps think this is not true. Therefore, I then called the commanders, because I felt like, let me first talk to the commanders and they go and talk to the members. If the members still don't understand, that's when I will call the whole team. And the comments that I heard from the commanders were not nice. They were, it damaged them. It left scars, because there were cases that were remanded beginning of January. There were cases that were on the trial stage. Other members, they were out working on the 31st when this letter surfaced. And if you are sitting with a person of interest, you're sitting with a witness and he sees this, it tells you straight away that and you're trying to contain yourself as a member, but you are unable because this person keeps on saying these things.
Please translate that.
Please get away, because there's no business that bring you to be here, because this person is referring to this letter. But then I kept on, commissioners, keeping the members abreast in terms of what is happening between head office and myself in terms of communication and if we are leaving or we are not leaving, because General Khumalo put it clear that stay on put while we are addressing the matter. Members were, morale was down. They couldn't take it. Up until, maybe I should extend it, that I even suggested to General Khumalo that, General, could I coordinate that members perhaps get EHW, which is an employee of wellness, to come and address them, because this, they didn't take it nicely. And General said, before you go there, I will request the provincial commissioner to come and address the team. And indeed, on the 10th of January, General Mkwanazi, it's unfortunate I wasn't there, General Mkwanazi went and addressed the members. And he assured them that you are soldiers on the ground, continue doing policing, investigating by preventing and combating crime. We at the executive level will attend to the letter.
Okay, thanks.
It was not a nice feeling, I must say, Commissioners. Thank you, General.
The handover, what you're about to turn to, begins on 25 March. Does that mean between 31 December and the impact you've described and 25 March, the work continued, the work of the PKTT continued?
In between these dates, what the instruction that I got from General Khumalo was that continue working, but you aren't doing any investigation. You'll only monitor the court-going cases. These are cases that were either at court for bail application, for trial, pre-trial, and so forth. That is what we were supposed to monitor. All the targets that were under investigation, we were not touching them. There's only one matter which General, I received a call via General Mkwanazi that there is suspects that were arrested under the district of Ilembe, and they are talking about their involvement in the killing of a certain politician and all that. I then dispatched a team to go and interview these particular two suspects, who later confessed, and they deposed the confession statement in that regard through an independent officer that is not attached with the PKTT on their involvement, and that their firearms that were recovered were sent to ballistic, and they subsequently linked with other 3 cases of which they confessed on those targets, on those cases. So that was the only case that during that time we went and picked up, and within 2-3 days, I think, okay, let me say in a space of a week, we were able to place all these matters at court, because at first they appeared with possession of unlicensed firearm. And as they continue and confessing on the other crimes that they committed, and then within a space of a week, we were able to place all these matters at court. Therefore, that was the last case under investigation that we dealt with. Other than that, whatever that we were investigating, it was the continuous investigation from the directives of the prosecutor on the matters that are already at court. Perhaps to say, go and obtain a additional statement from witness blah blah. Go and obtain the video footage, because this one that is here is not clear enough, and so forth.
So those were the court-going cases.
Those
you
were
were
the
following
court-going.
up on instructions on those only. What did you think was going, I mean, what were your expectations? What were you informed? What was going to happen with the dockets, with the remainder of the dockets?
At an early stage, the only thing that I knew it was don't do any investigation, and we are waiting for directives. But then as time goes on, maybe I will dwell then on the phone call I received
Yes.
from General Kumalo, which
Okay,
was
so
on the
between 31 December and the handover, which starts now on the 25th of March, all that the team was looking at were the court-going cases and not dockets under investigation. So come 25 March, what happens then?
I received a call, and General Kumalo, by then I was around Pretoria, commissioners, informed me that Colonel, coordinate that the under investigation of all categories cases must be brought to my office before business day of end of business day of the 26th March. I then communicated and coordinated this with my 3 TAC job commanders back in KZN.
Sorry to interrupt you, Colonel. The instruction was to bring all of the dockets
Yes,
to head office
head office.
the very next day. That sounds like a very unreasonable request.
It was, hence earlier on, commissioners, I say it was messy. Because I think if we were given ample time, there would have been a smooth handing over. Because handing over, it's a very crucial and important process. If it's not properly coordinated, we will start pointing fingers to each other, of which it's not necessary.
So you have 24 hours.
I've got 24 hours.
All right, and
to
so how
ensure-
did you comply with the instruction?
I did so. I'm a very disciplined member of the South African Police Service, and I take instruction so long as the instruction is lawful. If it's an unlawful instruction, I get it from any senior officer, I will never carry out that instruction. Therefore, the instruction I received from General Kumalo was lawful instruction. And I then made phone calls to my 3 TAC job commanders, including my tactical commander detection based at Majok, that ensure that these dockets are collected. After you collect them, that is all under investigation dockets for politically related, parallel cases, ad hoc, as well as traditional leaders cases, which traditional cases were dockets that we received a year ago, because we allocated that to us in 2024 April, and there were 45 in total, because we managed to take 5 to court in that time. Through my communication with them, commissioners, the TAC job commanders, I also told them that as you collect these dockets, because each and every, the PKTT, they divided the region of KZN into segments for each team to focus area of policing, that you focus on the northern and central part of KwaZulu-Natal. Then the other team was focusing on the midland and southern part of KwaZulu-Natal. Therefore, you had the 3rd team that was moving around the whole province. And those were the TAC job commanders that I was talking to that collect these dockets. They were in the safe, but I must mention that others were with prosecutors because this came as a surprise. The prosecutors had dockets that they were in court. Others, they wanted to write instruction or so forth, or just maybe the matter was coming up for trial. The prosecutor wanted to familiarize himself with certain aspects. Within 24 hours, members had to try and scan all the dockets. On top of that, I told them that prepare a report so that when this docket goes to head office and that there is questions pertaining certain things, we are able to go to our archives, draw those reports, and able to answer on any queries that will come forth.
Okay.
Indeed, on the 26th, I think it was around 1400 hours, combat members arrived and they handed these particular dockets to me. I was at the office of Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Khumalo, and I took the 118 dockets. 118 were only from KwaZulu-Natal. I handed to the office of General Khumalo.
So if I could just ask you to look at paragraph 14, perhaps you could just read that on page 5. Just from the last, you say that it was an urgent instruction. And at the bottom of page 5, you say this resulted in the process being chaotic. Perhaps you can just read from there to the rest of the paragraph.
I don't know if I should read it on record or you want me to.
Yes, please.
This resulted in the process being chaotic, ordinary. Prior to a transfer, each docket goes through a thorough inspection by the respective branch commanders, confirming that all statements are present and intact. During this process, one is required to ensure that the work is properly recorded in the C-clip. In this case, given the rush, the team scanned the dockets and quickly prepared them for transfer. In some instances, we saw new statement, but we could not update the C-clip because of the pressure to move the docket. In some instances, the statements were with the investigating officers, as the analysts were scrutinizing them for the purpose of the record. I'm saying this, commissioners, because I was informed during the handing of these dockets sometime in August this year that there were some statements that were missing, but then I will deal with that when we get to the topic that is speaking specifically to that. Sometimes you will find that when the IO comes back with the statement, I've learned the detectives through my 7 years working with PKTT. If you allow them, they sometimes become a little bit messy as well, more especially when it comes to docket. Therefore, monitoring of a docket and ensuring that everything is intact, it's important. Myself and you can talk about the evidence and so forth, but if the evidence is not inside the docket and the matter goes to court, that matter will never be we'll never see a successful prosecution on it. Therefore, sometimes you'll find that the IOs comes and the statement is not attached because he still wants to go through the statement as well and so forth. It's understandable, but he will forget to replace it or put it back.
What statement would this be? Would this be a statement that has just been taken, or are you talking about a statement that would already have been in the docket but would have been removed from the docket? What statement are we talking about?
Either way, or one, on the statement that is already taken and was in the docket. Sometimes you find that analyst says, I'm going through the call data and there's something that I'm not satisfied with. Could you please bring me the statement of witness B? I want to compare or analyze it with the call data and see whatever that he says is indeed depleted on the call data, be it because of whoever that he was communicating with, be it the location, because you're looking at the towers. Where was it transmitting on that particular day or time? That is one. The second one, it can be that after the IO has obtained the statement, he comes back, he wants, on the same day, he wants to just read and understand if indeed this person is telling the truth or not. And subsequently, he forgets to go and file the statement. Therefore, it can be one or another. Thank you, Commissioner.
You were part of the combat team. And that being so, this may not, or in fact is not, your area of expertise. General Mutsipe, who testified before you,
Yes, Commissioner.
told us that the proper way to do this is to make a copy of the statement and go and use it for whatever purpose you want it for, rather than removing an entire statement or taking out of the docket an entire statement. I don't even know whether I should ask you to comment on that.
Commissioner, thank you for the question. I wouldn't dispute her version, but I can safely say that no statement was removed in the docket purposely and not returned. The statements that are alleged to be missing from the testimony of General Motsepe, all those statements are accounted for. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. So you prepared the dockets, and then you say you did this pre-handover audit where you had a table in which you recorded the status of the docket, and you described that in paragraph 16. And you've explained why you did so. You said you did so that you could have for yourself your own record, and you could answer questions later on if questions were put to you about the dockets.
Yes.
And is that what you're talking about? That's at NPK 1, is that correct? If you can turn to NPK 1.
That is correct, Commissioners. As I was in Pretoria, during that telephone conversation with my TAC job commanders, I told them that let's prepare this. And this was in corroboration with me because I need not to be there as I was here for other taskings. And I told them that we need to compile this as it's going to assist us going forward.
So in this table that you prepared, and it's for each of the 121 dockets, the last column, well, maybe for the record, I should just say the columns are the docket number, the station and CAS number, a summary of the background of the case, evidence collected, suspects identified, and then the last column is remarks or outstanding, remarks stroke outstanding. What is that last column reflecting?
This is a summary of what needs to be done to continue or making sure that the docket can be taken for further guidance to the prosecutors and subsequently getting the authority to go and effect arrest. So that is some of the outstanding investigation that needed to be executed.
And this is what you noted in March 2025.
Indeed, Commissioners.
Thank you. So you hand over the dockets. Before we just get to the 26th of March and the transporting of the dockets, once these dockets are now removed from the investigating officers, did they have any further role to play in the docket or any further investigation on any of the dockets?
No, Commissioners. The detection, they will not have any further role to play because the dockets are not physically with them. The only thing that they can do is just telephonically, because when you investigate a docket, you sometimes build that relation professionally, so with the victims' families and certain witnesses which prefer or feel protected, if not safe, when they deal with a particular member only. Therefore, that's what they will do. And I must say, in some other instances, that it was not a happy ending, because I think there's a part where we're dealing with victims' family that were not satisfied by moving of these dockets.
Okay, so in paragraph 17, you explained that the dockets were then transported on the 26th of March. What you say is were securely transported to the head office. Who transported them and who handed them over to General Sentimule?
The dockets were transported from KwaZulu-Natal by two combat members, commissioners for their safety, can I not mention their names? And they were then handed to me. Then on the same day, because I had to rush to the airport to catch a flight to KZN, I handed them to the office of General Khumalo on the same of the day of the 26th. That was the last time I touched the dockets, 26 March.
So you delivered them to the office of General Khumalo on the 26th, and what happened after that you were not involved in, the further handover to General Sentimule?
Correctly so, Commissioners.
Okay. And you had no further, contact with the dockets or investigation or work or nothing? You had nothing more to do with the dockets from that day?
Indeed, Commissioners, I must also just emphasize that from KwaZulu-Natal, I handed 118 dockets. There were 3 dockets, 2 Umtata dockets and 1 Alice docket that were from Eastern Cape, were not handed by that time. And I communicated with the team that was in Eastern Cape and informed them that they should ensure that those dockets are brought to head office. And indeed, though they arrived late, 23 April, the dockets were brought to head office. I saw a letter of receival, and they were subsequently sent to or transferred to the office of Divisional Commissioner, Forensic and Detective General Sentimule as well. So that then made the total number to be 121.
Okay, then there's a hiatus of 5 months from the end of March to the end of August. Can you tell us what happens on the 27th and 28th of August?
I think there is, if one has flew, catch a flight, more especially the route between Johannesburg and Cape Town, there's quite a lot of turbulence. And when you hit that moment of turbulence and your flight move from a certain level, goes down, the moment it reaches the air again and it starts to flow, you feel uncertain. And ask yourself, what is actually happening? Is the pilot safe? Are we safe? You look around and so forth. It was that moment, because we didn't know that we're going forth, back and all that, but we had confidence in our executive officials that a proper decision will then be taken, because in essence of what we are doing, we are all police officers and we fight crime. Commissioners, nothing happened between that period on these under investigation dockets. Nothing at all.
You got the dockets back
Yes.
in August.
Yes.
Let's just start there before we talk about what happened in the 5 months. So were you then tasked to go to head office to collect the dockets? Is that what happened?
Commissioners, thank you. I received a call again from General Khumalo on the 25th of August, informing me that there will be a 2-day handing over of the same docket that was brought down to head office. And a venue and time has been arranged for that process to take place. I then phoned PKTT members and requested 2 of the branch commanders and 1 other member to come and join me for that process to take place. I think one had about 2 days at least, and could make means and ensure that the process this time around is more professional. And we are able to account for everything that we are doing. Then on the 27th, we gathered at a venue that was identified, and myself, my 3 members from PKTT and 3 members from head office, consisting of the colonels. We sat down and we started the process of handing back the dockets to PKTT. We started by counting the dockets physically before we can go to statement by statement if they are still intact. Mind you, commissioners, that we made copies before the dockets could come. And we were comparing that with what we are getting. Because before we started that process, I informed one of the colonels that, colonels, this is the process that we are going to do. And the colonel said, no, but then, Khumalo, this is not what we did on the 28th of March, when the dockets were handed to the office of generals in Tumula. I said, I was not there. Therefore, the process of handing over, I need to account for each and everything. This is the process that we are going to do. That is why it took us 2 days. And I think even the senior officers, for them to allocate 2 days, they anticipated for that. Or else, we could have just came there and say, these are the docket, 121, we leave. But because we went into depth of those particular inspection, that is why we could then pick up that instead of 121, there was actually 123 dockets. How then we get to 123 is because the other 2 dockets were very slim and they were in between the docket, one docket itself. They were in between them. So that is why we couldn't, because of the rush. I guess even head office, because they were like, no, it can't be. We got 121 dockets, but then we are getting 123. And they accepted that.
So, hold on, let me pause you there. You're saying now, in August, when you are inspecting the dockets being returned to you, there are 123.
Yes.
Those 2 additional dockets were slipped into others because they were these slim folders. Yes. But were they originally there in March when they were given to the head office?
Surely they were there. It's unfortunate that we never picked them up because according to our categories, those dockets were filed as closed. They were not supposed to come down because they were not under investigation.
They were closed files already?
Yes. So
the head office hadn't picked that up either.
Head office didn't pick that up because they were also amazed that there is 2 extra dockets during that process. But then one might say that it was one of those oversight issues. Then we sat down, commissioners, and we started with the process of handing over. And through the handing overs, one must mention that there is comments that were noted and fairly so by the head office team in respect of the investigation that was conducted by the PKTT. The comments are on SAP 5, and maybe if I can draw the commissioners on page 10 of my statement. Under paragraph 22.2, where I mentioned, can I read that in record? Most of the docket were audited. 92 were audited and audit notes recorded in the C-clip of the docket. 31 dockets were not audited and notes were not found in those dockets. This is one of some of the assessments that we picked up. I would like also to read on record the next paragraph, which is 22.3. No work was conducted on any of the docket except one. Docket Mtata 286/4/2022 matter received attention. Maybe the commissioners might ask, what is Khumalo referring to? I'm saying this because according to the investigation diary, which is an SAP 5, this case in May 2025, Lieutenant Colonel Kenene contacted Lieutenant Colonel Siatula. I don't know if I'm pronouncing correctly, commissioners. Siatula, Lieutenant Colonel Potwana, Lieutenant Colonel Orendal, of whom these are all previous IOs that handled this case before it was reassigned to PKTT. He also introduced himself to the family of the deceased, and I must put it on record that no investigation was conducted. Because if investigation was conducted, we will have seen the statement or the C-clip having that statement obtained from witness A or person of interest and so forth, or correspondence on the B-clip that call data has been applied for an application of the call data and so forth. Therefore, this docket was not investigated at all.
Can I pause you there?
Yes.
When you're saying that of the 123 dockets, only 92 were inspected, audited and inspected.
Yes.
Because there seems to be a difference between an audit and inspection. So are you saying only 92 had inspection notes?
Correctly so,
Okay.
commissioners.
All right. And then I just want to take you to NPK2, because that's a table that you also put together with your team, as I understand it.
I'm on NPK2.
So NPK2 is a table, and it lists all of the dockets, and the last column says comments. Now, the comments that are transcribed in this column for each docket, are those the comments that were made by the inspection officers at the head office?
Indeed, commissioners.
Okay. And so, just to be clear for the commission, if we were to just take an example, maybe we can just go to the first docket in the bundle of dockets, commissioners. That's NPK3, but it's a separate bundle that you have in front of you. So if we take the first docket on page 1, and that's an Alice case. What do we see on page 1?
This is a cover docket which entails the case number, the investigating officer, and all the offenses or instrument used to commit a crime.
Okay, and then if we turn to page 2, this is not the second page of the docket technically, as I understand it. This comes from the C-clip.
Correct.
Is that right?
That's right, Commissioner.
And we know that because it says C-26 in the box at the top of the page. Does that mean C-clip page 26?
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And so, and if we turn over the page, again, it says it's on page 3 of the bundle, but it's C-clip page 27.
Yes, Commissioner.
So these are the last 2 pages of the C-clip, is that right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And if we look at the last page, that's on page 3. Where do we see the inspection notes of head office?
There's no inspection on from the head office team on this particular docket, Commissioners. The last inspection was done in 2023-02-17. It's unfortunate the name of the member, it's a little bit, I can't see, but then I can tell that is Detective Warrant Officer
Okay.
that conducted this.
So this is an example of a docket that had not been inspected by the head office.
Yes, Commissioners.
So maybe, can we just try the next?
Maybe before you do that, can I just check something? Colonel, this docket, I think the evidence, maybe let me ask you to confirm. Is this one of the dockets that you received in 2023, the PKTT? Because I think the evidence of General Motsipe is you got the Eastern Cape dockets in 2023.
Yes, October 2023.
So this would be one of them.
Yes, so Commissioner.
Okay. Now, right at the top of that page 1, in the middle column, so the first column says Alice, and then you've got the case number in the middle column, and it's a 206-12-2012. What are those numbers there, if you're to explain them? 206, 12, and then 2012.
That is the serial number, the first number, 206. It's a serial number of the case per month. Each and every month, case numbers start from 1. And then they will go up until end of the month. And then the second number there is a month when this case was registered. And then the last digits, it's the year when the crime was committed.
So,
Therefore, this particular matter happened on the month of February 2012.
and where does one see when the docket was just opened?
That will be on the MA. It's unfortunate, Commissioners, we don't have example of that, because on that particular document, that's where you get the name of the complainant, contact number, where the incident happened, and the time. But then even on this one, if you can look on the, you see on your left-hand side of the cover docket, Commissioner,
Yes.
there is a number starting with 071. Beneath it, there is an ink, a red ink.
Yes.
Underneath that, you will see it will be date and time of offense or incident. And then it says then 2012 month, I think there, the person that was writing there made, oh yeah, it's 12, which is the 12th month. I made a mistake when I said second is 12th month. And then the date, it was the 30th, and then that is 30th of December. Commissioner, are you still following?
Yes.
And then time, it happened at, I don't know if my eyes are correct there, 01:00.
Yes.
It was 1 o'clock early hours.
Yes. So this is when the incident happened.
That is when the incident took place.
Okay. Now, if you go, and maybe let me tell you why I'm asking the question.
Yes, Commissioner.
You confirm that you would have received this docket, or the PKTT.
Yes.
Would have received this docket in 2023. Now, we've had evidence that you had done no work, the PKTT had done no work at all with this docket. And that's why I'm asking the question that I'm going to ask. If you look still at that page 1, the very last block which says finding result of trial, you see that?
This is now on my,
This is on the cover.
Okay.
I'm still on the cover. Right at the bottom,
yes, at the bottom, yes, Commissioner.
you've got that last block which says finding, the heading. is
Yes.
Finding/result. In the middle, it's got court dates. Are you able to make out what that date is there? 1910
10, I don't know if it's 12 or
or
it's
17?
Looks like
17.
2017.
2017.
Yes.
Yes. So I think what I'm wanting to establish with you is you get a docket in 2023, but this docket, in fact, goes back at the earliest 2017 when it was in court. So it's an old docket by the time it comes to you.
A very old docket, Commissioner. And maybe one should also emphasize on, this was not one of the main dockets that the team in Eastern Cape were there for. It's a case that the team was informed by one of the complainants within the university that there is a docket whereby there was an attack on the staff. And we don't know what happened with that case. And we said, let's throw the docket and we look at it and see if there's anything that we can work on with it.
Yes.
Therefore, it didn't get much of attention because the Eastern Cape team worked with speed and was able to arrest quite a lot of people. And most of their time, they spend them in court. We're talking today, they were in court. It's only 2 IOs. And the magnitude that was put in that particular investigation at the university, it's huge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. I just want, just for the sake of clarity, you're saying that this wasn't what you call a main case.
Yes.
This was a docket that you drew into your pool
Yes, Commissioner.
in order to assist with investigation of the main case.
Yes, Commissioner.
So what is the status then of this case as we sit here?
The docket is provincially withdrawn. From the last time we looked at the system. One must also, commissioners, bring you on board that every time there is a movement on the docket, if a suspect is being arrested, the IO and the branch commanders, they must ensure that the system is being updated. This is now the police system. There is certain system that are being applied. I'm not going to put myself on the corner because that is now the detective work to update the system. 2, when the matter goes to court and is remanded for a future date, and the reason for that reminding must also be updated on the system. Therefore, that always, because this is assist in head office monitoring, happens that the case is being moved from this particular IO to another one, you will be able to see as well on the system where was the investigation, what was happening on the investigation. Therefore, this case was provincially withdrawn, and when we look at it as well, we saw that it's not going to assist us at all in our investigation, and not much was then done on it, because we could see that whatever that we went for in East London, we were able to address, which were the killings within the University of Fort Hare. And as a plus, numerous cases, or one case with a lot of suspect or accused, then was registered and people were arrested on the corruption and fraud charges.
That was over and above the charges you were there to investigate.
Indeed, Commissioners.
Okay, so thank you. If you've clarified that docket, which is the first one in the bundle for Alice, can we please turn to the second docket? And this one is on page 4, and it's an Amanzim Toti case.
Yes, Commissioners.
Okay, so the first page is the cover page of the docket, we now know. The next page is from the C-clip.
Yes, Commissioner.
So it looks like the last 2 pages of the C-clip have been reproduced in each of these sets.
Indeed.
So page 6, is that the last page then of the C-clip?
It is the last page, Commissioners.
And if we look at, can you actually explain, we've got about 3 entries here, it seems. The first one in black at the top, then the second in red, that's in March 25, and then there's another set of notes in a different handwriting below that in red. Can you just explain each of those entries?
Let me first explain that from the 4 categories I spoke about, Commissioners, political, ad hoc, parallel, and traditional. This is one of the dockets or cases that falls under traditional leaders cases. And when we received this docket in April, it was quite a lot of them, 50 of them. And 48 it was murder, 1 kidnapping, 1 attempted murder. Therefore, whilst we were busy investigating the political related cases, we received this mandate. And we couldn't investigate all of them at a time. There's 5 dockets that received attention, and we were able to take those 5 dockets to court. There's one already whereby suspect has been convicted. Therefore, this is part of the dockets that haven't received any investigation. What we did, it was the analysis. Just like when I said from the head office team that they went through the docket of Umtata 286. As I was saying, there was no investigation done. Because no additional statement was attached on the docket, just like this. The first inspection there on top, it's by one of the PKTT investigator. That is on 2025-03-24. She's addressing that those instructions to the branch commander. And then on the 25, then the branch commander also made an entry. And I don't know if I should read this on record.
Sorry, just before you go to the 20, so 24 March, the investigating officer makes an entry saying that she's received instructions on this docket and it will be complied with. Does that come from the analysis, the team meeting, or where does that come from?
This comes from the analysis which we, as I alluded earlier on, that when we got these dockets, we sat down. What we did, commissioners, we first tried and see, can we, with all the analysts, look at what is still outstanding, critical evidence, your ballistic LC report. On a ballistic report, can we group these dockets and see which firearms, which cases are related or a certain firearm was used on. When I speak about firearms, we've got rifles, we've got 9mm, we've got shotguns and all that. But then with the grouping then, we said on the rifle, we've got ballistics experts that are able to tell that on this particular rifles, there's two groupings.
Colonel, I'm sorry to interrupt you, and it is interesting, and maybe we can return to it. But
Yeah.
for now, the purpose, what I'm just trying to understand what happened here. This investigating officer, after a meeting that you've already described how those meetings work and how the analysis works, received those instructions or taskings.
Yes.
And she says instructions noted and will be complied with, right?
Yes,
But she
Commissioner.
doesn't enter what those particular taskings are. Is that contained somewhere else?
Yes, we do have those taskings on our daily tasking report and weekly report.
Okay. So she makes this entry on 24 March 2025.
Yes, commissioners?
Okay. All right, that's fine. Then you can move on to the next one. And the next entry is the next day.
Yes, this is now the branch commanders that is preparing the docket, because if you look at it, it's on the 25th. This is the day when I phoned and told them that prepare the docket, they need to come down to head office. Then the officer that did the inspection is giving that entry that officer in charge, because he doesn't know who's going to deal with the matter. The investigation has not yet commenced. Here we've received docket for perusal and for your directives.
Okay. So that entry is made by the PKTT officer.
Indeed,
Okay.
commissioners.
The next entry then. Can you tell us the date and who made this entry and what it's about?
This is the entry of a lieutenant colonel in head office. Can I not mention his name? Because I think
That's
it's
fine.
visible enough. And the entry was done on the 19th of March, 2025.
Is that March or May?
Oh, sorry, it's May. Sorry, the ink is not visible enough here. It's May. And then he's then giving an instruction. Firstly, say IO, docket for further investigation, obtain the photo album and file it in the docket, obtain the chain statement regarding the handling of the body, obtain the body identification statement, obtain the statement, the chain statement from that person that he's mentioning regarding the 2 bullet heads received from mortuary. And then the 6th instruction there is obtain the chain statement regarding the handling of the bullet. And then the 7th, obtain the duty officer statement from that particular captain. And then the last one was then obtain ballistic report. So these are all the entries that are made by an officer in head office.
Okay. So each of these dockets, those that were inspected, would have this kind of entry on the last page of the C-clip. Is that right?
That's right. The 92 that were inspected will have such.
It was May 2025, between 19 and I think the 30th or something.
Yeah, between 19 and 25, if I'm not mistaken, of May.
Okay. And all of these comments, you say, you then reproduced into the table you produced for NPK 2.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, if we can then go to your paragraph 23.
Okay, Commissioners?
So in paragraph 23, you don't reproduce, because you've done it already in NPK 2. What you do in 23 is you just sort of categorize and summarize the comments that were made by head office.
Some that gave in terms of the auditing or inspection.
So there are from 23.1 to 23.16 is where you list the comments.
Yes, Commissioners.
So my first question is, did these comments accurately capture the status of the investigation in the dockets, in each of the dockets?
Maybe I should mention that this might not be 100% accurate, Commissioners. Why I'm saying that, the investigation progress it's supposed to be updated on the SAP5. But then due to the methodology that the PKTT applied, we were using this tasking, daily tasking and weekly tasking reports, where we felt it's important for commanders as well, because we were there for that only, to monitor and follow each and every investigation that was happening on the docket. That's one. Two, one of the reasons that they might not be accurate is the fact that the quick movement of transferring this docket, as I said earlier, it was very messy. And the dockets remained behind by mistake. I heard earlier on
Statements.
that
You said dockets remain behind by mistake. Did you mean statements?
statements in a file. Yes, and then those statements, they were for certain dockets. I think the witness earlier on mentioned 3 cases. And I did tell the senior counsel that all those dockets on those 3 cases are accounted for and are intact. Actually, one docket, I think it was Umlazi case, that the statement came to Pretoria. It's unfortunate that the indexing was not, SAP5 indexing was not talking to the statement on the A clip. I'll make an example. On the A clip, the statement is for witness Kumalo as number 7, because you write on the right top corner of the statement. Then on the C clip, you are writing that statement of the witness and Kumalo obtained. To give a summary, you can do that if you want, and you say A7. But what the investigating officer, the lead investigator that was investigating that particular case did is he indexed the statement as number 9, whereas on the A clip is number 7. That's what confused the members that were doing the inspection from head office. But upon poking more holes from the team, they send me all those outstanding statements, and I've got them on my device.
Colonel, can I ask you a question? I mean, my little knowledge of audit, whatever it is that you audit whatever you are auditing. You make your findings, whether positive or adverse.
Yes.
You then give the person responsible the opportunity to respond to your adverse findings. And then once you have their response, then you finalize your audit. Is that how you understand it?
That's how I understand it too, Commissioner.
Because as you say, I could have filed a statement, but in the wrong folder, but it is there.
Yes,
But
Commissioner.
because the index says it is in folder A, the person who's doing the audit, if they don't find the statement in folder A, they will assume that there is no statement.
There's no statement.
Whereas it has been misfiled in a different folder.
That's correct, Commissioner. I think on the first handing over of March, because it was within 24 hours, we never picked that up. The dockets came down, head office did their auditing, and sat down with us as well. We did not pick that up. But the moment I got then their report and mentioning this, I said, let me follow up on this. Upon phoning the team and say, can you go to this docket, look at it properly, ask the investigating officer if did he ever remove any statement. They found the statement actually intact in the docket, it's just that it was a wrong filing.
But now that you've done your own, you've audited the auditor,
Yes.
have you gone back to head office in Pretoria to say the queries you raised in your draft audit report, actually here are the responses to it. Can you now update your audit report? Because for each of those, I mean, you mentioned 3 cases where they said statements were missing, and you say they are all accounted for. Have you gone back to them to say, actually, your audit is incorrect because there are statements, they are there, here they are all accounted for?
No, Commissioners, to be honest, I haven't done that, of which I take a blame for that, because we are all working for one organization.
Yes.
Supposed to do so.
Because my problem is now, head office is standing by their audit, but you dispute their audit, and yet there has not been this interaction.
Yeah, no, that's true, Commissioners. It's something that I was supposed to have done, and I'm taking fault of that. Maybe while we are on that, talking about the missing of statements, on the Mthatha 286 matter, according to the audit, there is 38 statements that are missing. Remember, Commissioners, that those docket of Eastern Cape, they arrived here on the 23 of, they were handed over to our counterparts on the 23 of April. Seemingly, when the dockets were brought, there is 2 files that make this docket of Mthatha that left behind in one of the safes. And upon seeing that, I then phoned the team and say, colleagues, I know for the fact that statements were obtained. There is where I was making inspections and giving instruction as well, because I might not be the detective, but as a commander, of which even at the police station, you have a police station commander, you have a detective commander. The overall accounting officer is the station commander. If he feels like he wants to inspect any docket, he can tell branch commander, bring this docket, I want to inspect. Therefore, that's some of the things that I will do and say, bring the docket, I must inspect, and I will make entries. That is why on this docket, I've got an entry too. So I was shocked to see that statement are missing. And one of the IOs that is not part of the PKTT anymore, I've reached out on him and I asked him, where are the statements? He said, no, Colonel, those statements were there. Perhaps if you can tell the members to look properly, they will find them. Indeed, they located them in a safe. So whoever that brought the Mthatha case and Alice did not take the other 2 files that contain those statements. And those statements, as we are talking, they are part and parcel of the file that came to head office and have been handed to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Crime Detection, Eastern Cape, Major General Zadla. He can attest to that too. Then on the last one, which is Greytown 2 of 11/2018, Commissioners, this is one of the dockets.
Colonel, can I pause you for a moment, Chair? It's 4 minutes past 4. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we've got a little way to go, and I just wondered whether it would be possible to have an adjournment, a short adjournment, and keep going until we're done with the witness. Minutes. Takes 3 minutes to walk up.
We've decided 10, is that fine, or 10 or 15?
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, you're saying thank you, I was asking a question. That takes us to what, 20 past?
15, please, Chair.
Oh, all right, 25 past. 20. Let's adjourn until 20 past.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.